That's probably good enough. Maybe turn it up. Maybe turn it up a smidgen. That looks good. Should still be able to hear me pretty easily. Well, being able to actually hear the music, which will be kind of important, I think. Oh my god, you say. Damn, that was quick. Shar, thank you for 5 gift subs. Goddamn, we haven't even started yet. Thank you so much, sir. Hope you're doing well. You're having a decent holiday. And Yomi, welcome back for 80 months. That is a long fucking time. Thank you so much. And let's see here. Flinbert, welcome. Nephilim, welcome back. Coyote, welcome back. Tic Tac Throw, welcome back. And holy fucking shit, good Twitch name. How'd you get that? Well done. Welcome. Congratulations on becoming 25% more efficient at making poor life choices. Enjoy the emotes. Check out sub Discord if you like. Vibing while watching FRU? Hell yeah. Will, welcome back. 71 months. Thank you so much. Muzak. Yes, indeed. How is this for audio balance, by the way? Because I do want people to be able to hear the music, obviously, because that's kind of important. But I also don't want you to not be able to hear me, because, well, talking is kind of the point. Gref, welcome back for 70 months. That is a lot of months. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. And Jerry, welcome back for 50 months. Thank you for keeping the prime. Much appreciated as well. Hope you're doing good. Seems good so far. Okay. We'll adjust as needed. Shouldn't be a big deal. How are my headphone cables so twisted? What the fuck? I'm going to fix this real quick. I can't hear anything now, but that's not affecting you guys, so that's what matters. But how the fuck did those get so twisted around? That's the whole point of a split cord. Let's do this here. Vehicle driver. Put those back on just in time. Perfect. Excellent timing. Dastrin, welcome back for 85. Oh, baby. We haven't even put a song on the list. Holy shit. The ones that get to the bottom of the screen and start breakdancing just fucking kill me every time. Oh my god, indeed. Jesus Christ. Y'all are going ham. Anyway, where was I? Dasher, welcome back for 85 months. Thank you so much for keeping the tier 3. Hope you're doing well. Congrats again on finally having proper cohabitation status. Fiona, welcome back for 99 months. Goddamn, almost the triple digits. Thank you so much. Hope you're doing well. Yomi, thank you for the 5 gift subs. Much appreciated, friend. Hope your Fru Prog, that's what I meant, is going good. This is the XRD menu music. This will be rated, by the way. So I decided I'll put the current song. You can see it down there. So that people know what we're talking about, because obviously I'm going to let the songs play a little bit before I shove them in a box. So, scene started phase 2? Hell yeah, it's awesome. Let's see here. Decampant, welcome. Phil KD, or Philic KD, I'm probably saying that wrong, but welcome. Taka Hennessy, welcome. Reiku, welcome back. And Decorantes, probably butchered that, but I apologize. Welcome, glad to have you here. Congratulations on becoming 25% more efficient at making poor life choices. Enjoy the emotes. Check out the sub Discord if you like. I'm going to go ahead and hit ads so we can get that out of the way. And then we will get started. 3 to 5 are so cool looking. Yeah, I haven't watched anything. I don't know if I will. Because there's definitely, if I were ever to do another Ultimate, that would be the one I'd want to do for myriad reasons. But we'll see. Considering I still haven't even, re-upped my subscription and played fucking Dawn Trail yet. Hopefully next year. I'm hoping I will have time for that next year. We will see. A man can hope. Entirely related to Adri exploding. Yomi, I feel like I need to send you a bottle of wine or something. Do you know how much free entertainment I've gotten from random Discord messages about Kamen Rider that I have no context for, but I still just get to watch the fucking insanity of a person being broken down? It's amazing. Miku Driver. Angelic, welcome back for 77 months. Thank you for keeping the tier 3, sir. Hope you're doing well. I'm so curious what the secondhand bulldozing build posting is like. I have learned a lot of things without ever watching an episode. And you guys know me, I don't watch shit. I watch like one anime series a year, sometimes two. God damn. Y'all are going ham today. Nope. Not time to move on yet. We're just killing time with this music before we get started. Half, thank you for 5 more gift subs. Holy shit. Much appreciated. Welcome in. Thank you for always providing stupid art for my channel and my stupid brain. Your art is amazing. It's not stupid, but it fits my stupid brain, is what I mean. As always, thank you. Let's see here. Amanda, thank you for a gift to Adok. Adok, welcome back. Glad to have you back. There shouldn't be pre-roll. It should only be 3 minutes because I already clicked the button. But that's probably Twitch being shitty. So I'm not going to be remotely surprised. Anyway, SW Ura, welcome. Galden9, welcome. Inzaki, welcome back. Traxxas V, I think you've been here before. Welcome Andor, welcome back. And Bloodcree, welcome back. Congratulations on once again becoming 25% more efficient at making poor life choices. Enjoy the emotes. Check out the sub-Discord if you like. Thank you for the gifts again, Half, Myrna, and everyone else. Appreciate y'all. Alright, ads are almost done. And then we're just going to get started. Normally I would wait longer for people to go in, but we're going to be here for a while. This may not have been my most intelligent idea ever on stream, but alright. Okay. We'll make do. I will probably take breaks on ads because I'm sure my voice will need it. So, alright. Let's lay down ground rules just because it helps. And hopefully we'll make people not yell at me for this very serious and important tier list. Retro Nile, welcome back for 66 months. Thank you so much. Glad to have you back. But anyway, guidelines for this tier list. As always, this is subjective. This is just my opinion. Please do not take offense if I rate one of your favorite songs lower than you would like. Also, take note of the letters. There are no bad songs here. There is not a single bad song in Guilty Gear. They do not exist. Like, even the songs I dislike the most are still well-compositioned and well-written tracks that are good music. Except for Birthday Train, but I'll explain that when we get to it. Anyway, my criteria... I'm going to turn this off and then we'll get started. Criteria for these songs and how I am rating them on my very stringent and non-breakable criteria that I will definitely adhere to for all 100 hours it's going to take to do this. So I'm rating these tracks based on a few things. One, obviously, how good is the song? Does it fit my kind of musical taste? Do I like listening to it? Would I listen to it outside of the game if it showed up on a playlist? 2, how well does it fit Guilty Gear? Guilty Gear is a series that is based literally on heavy metal. That is how it became a thing in the first place. It is a series massively based around rock and music. All over the place. Daisuke is a musician. Music is important to the series for a reason. So how much does it feel like a Guilty Gear track? Is part of the criteria. If it is a character theme, obviously, how good is the song? How well does it work as a battle theme when you're playing a 2D fighting game that's very, fast, high energy? And how well does it fit the character? Is it a character theme that matches the character it's tied to? That is more or less the criteria. Again, this is all subjective. We're just having fun. This is not getting chiseled in stone or put on fucking Guilty Gear Mount Rushmore or anything. This is just one nerd's opinion on way too many fucking songs. So, Fearless Decoy, welcome back for 5 years. Thank you so much. Congrats on the new Anji fan. Glad to have you back. Let's see here. Anything else? That should cover most of it. We're just gonna go through. I'm not going to play every song all the way through, otherwise we really will be here till fucking 6 a.m. tomorrow. But I'm going to play enough and might skip around on the tracks for specific parts if we need to speed up to explain why what is what. So, as for what we're rating, if you're watching this video and you were hoping to hear my thoughts on the Strive OST, I'm sorry to disappoint you. I'm not doing Strive in this list. I have not spent nearly enough time with Strive to have fair input on the soundtrack, and I also have massive bias against the soundtrack because not being able to pick the instrumental versions for Battle is still stupid, and I'm still mad about it, and I'll stay mad. So this is the Guilty Gear XX Korean Reload soundtracks and the entire XRD series. So that is what we're doing today. It is 117 songs. We need to get started. So, we're doing this. How I'm doing this is I'm going to do all the XRD tracks first and then all the XXX Korean tracks afterwards in alphabetical order. And the reason I chose that is because it helps break up so we aren't listening to like both versions of Babel Noise back to back or something like that. I think it gives the list more variety, as it were. So, without further ado, let's begin starting with Guilty Gear XRD. So, Axel, a slow waker. So this is what I would call like, and this is gonna sound derogatory if it's not. This is what I would call generic Guilty Gear music. Good riffing rock theme with nice bit of like pitch change and just generally a rock song. Like, not necessarily heavy metal or anything, but just like your basic Guilty Gear butt rock, quote unquote. Axel obviously is kind of a goofy character. He has absurd powers. He does very, very wild things in the lore and in the story, but he's also kind of a jovial Joker kind of character, and I think this track fits in very well. It is far from my favorite track. It is not one that I'm going to willingly put up as the battle theme if I'm playing XRD, but it does its job and it does it well, so I'm just going to throw it right in S and call it good. There's going to be a lot of these. You know, if a song is an S, it means it's a great song for the game. If it's in these top two tiers, that means I personally like absolutely fuck with the song. It's still too quiet. All right. I thought it was loud enough. It looks fine on my EQ, but okay. Does this drown out my voice now is the question. That's better? Okay, we'll keep it here for now. There is a chance this is going to happen left and right because, as we all know, YouTube is not exactly consistent with its EQ. And depending on who uploaded what at what volume. But so I might have to adjust these, but we'll deal with it as we go. Anyway, so yeah, Axel song, not bad. Solid S. And I can just do this. All right. Babel Noise, Jam's XRD theme. So, interesting in just the fact that this is the only song that has the same name as its XX character version. Both of Jam's songs are called Babel Noise. They just add the bow for XRD, which, you know, fair. She got that super in XRD, so that works. Also, is the volume still good? Just making sure. I want to make sure it's not, like, fluctuating too much between track to track. Yeah? Okay, cool. Kind of the same thing with Axel's theme. Solid, just good Guilty Gear rock track. Not quite as sharp or like death metal-y as some of the other stuff, which makes sense. Jam is, you know, just a humble restaurant cook. But it has that. there is one thing that always stands out with Jams tracks to me, and it's they really want to remind you that this character is Chinese. All the Jam tracks have a very like Chinese music style slant to them, which is fine, but it does border on the point of being like parody and corny. So that is like a minor, you know, downtick for me, but this one's fine. XR Jan's theme is good. I have zero complaints about it, other than, again, the, hey, this character's Chinese slant. Granted, her other tracks are much more notable about that, but I'll throw this on this. I would say I like this slightly better than Axel's XR theme. So, Yuri, welcome back for 87 months. Thank you so much. Thanks for keeping the tier 2. Appreciate you greatly. Hope you're doing well. So, yeah. All right. We're going to keep going. We have so many guys. All right. Big Blast Sonic. So, this was one of the original vocal tracks from Excerpt Sign. They did a few of these that can be selected during battle and were used for, like, promoting the game and for stuff like that. Pretty much all of the Excerpt vocal tracks are great. I really like most of them. Some I like more than others. But they're all good enough to be used as battle themes. And that's not nothing, because I grew up playing fighting games without vocals, as most people did my age. So it's weird having more and more vocal tracks in fighting games. They found a nice balance for it. And I'm totally cool with Big Blast Sonic coming on if I'm playing an Excerpt match. Would not bother me in the least. A lot of the vocal tracks I'm willing to rate pretty high, because I think a lot of them are very strong. Big Blast Sonic is kind of in the middle of them for me. It's good. I wouldn't consider it great. I would say I like it more than these two songs, so we're going to throw it into S and call it good. But yeah, kind of an important song. In these first few vocal tracks from Excerpt Sign, you know, that was very different. We hadn't really had vocals in Guilty Gear. There were a couple tracks during the XX series for, like, story credits, and I think from the audio novels, the audio books, there were a couple of those. But so having regular vocal tracks that you could select as battle theme was kind of revelatory for this series. So Big Blast Sonic gets notoriety from me, at least for that. So, good song. You're going to hear me say that again. The list is the way it is for a reason, so let's get this out of the way. All right. This fucking song. This is the meme. This is the shitpost song. This is the meme song for Excerpt. We all know about Birthday Train. The song is fine. It is a perfectly fine, slow, ballady song. There's nothing offensive about it. It's pretty fucking simple, right? If you put this song on for a match, and I am playing or commentating, you're going to hear about it. This is not Guilty Gear battle music. This is not even in the same hemisphere as Guilty Gear battle music. You want to play this during the end credits or a sappy story scene in the game? Cool, perfect. Fits perfectly there. You select this on the battle screen? No, absolutely not. I'm not playing a high-energy air dash fighter based around heavy metal to this. And that's why it gets its own tier. I have a massive disdain for this song, because every time I've had to commentate a match where some jackass let this rip as the song, I'm just like, bro, have you heard this soundtrack? Think of all the things you could have picked that weren't this. And that's why Birthday Train gets its own tier. And it is the only one that gets its own tier. Until I inevitably change my mind about something later. Adri, welcome back 73 months. Thank you so much. Doing well. So, there's my Birthday Train rant. Let's get on to things that I actually like. All right. Black Blink, blah, blah, blah. Zato's Excerpt theme, excuse me. So, you'll note that on all the tier tiles, I'm just listing him as Zato. Yes, he is Eddie in the XX series. I'm just doing Zato because the XX series is literally the only time in the entire series he's not called Zato. It's just easier to be consistent. So, please don't have a meltdown when you see Zato for quote-unquote Eddie's theme. Eddie is the demon that is possessing Zato's body. Zato is the character. But this theme, this is more in line with what I think of like real Guilty Gear music. Kind of a harsher slant, a little bit more heavy on the heavy metal. And Zato is a character with a dark past and kind of a just dark existence, quote unquote. So his songs tend to be a little bit more shredding, a little bit more aggressive, and I think they fit very well. Zato's songs have weird responses for me because, as you all know, I grew up playing the XX series. That's how I got into competitive fighting games, and for most of the XX series, Zato was a boogeyman. He was the broken character. He ruined a lot of games by himself. So I have a pretty strong response to his XX tracks. The XRD series, he was incredible in XRD Sign, and then they neutered this character into the ground, and he never got back out of his wheelchair. So you don't actually hear Zato's theme very much. And you heard it even less, because when he was good, the other assassin characters were either very good or very popular. So instead of hearing Zato's theme, you heard the Assassin versus theme almost universally when he was played regularly in XRD Sign. So this track actually kind of gets overlooked, which is unfortunate because I think this is a great track. I think this is a great character theme. It is right in line with Guilty Gear music, so I'm going to bump this to our first double S. Just a super good track that you frankly did not get to hear very often in XRD unless someone specifically picks it from the song list, because you just don't see a lot of Zato versus non-assassin in that series if you see Zato at all. So, up next. Okay, here's an important one. The Guilty Gear XRD Rev 2 theme title song, Break a Spell. This song fucking rips. I love this song. This is probably my favorite vocal track from the XRD series. And let me know if the volume's still okay, by the way. You don't get to hear the title/theme tracks to the games very often because the openings are, well, one, not super long. Two, you watch the opening the very first time you boot up the game and then almost never again, because if you're booting up the game, you're probably playing or going to training mode. So unless you go in and manually set this as your song, which I will do in training mode regularly in XRD, you don't really get to see this in its context very often. This song was also notable for being the track that was used when the very first ArcSys World Tour was announced, way back at Arc Revo in 2019. Or, well, when the next World Tour is announced, I should say. So, even they knew this is an important track. It represents the series very well. It represented XRD as a series writ large very well, and it's just a great track. I love this track. It's probably my favorite vocal track. I will absolutely put it in Triple X. This song, I love Break a Spell, man. This is a song I will just let rip in the car while I'm driving. Like, it's good. Extremely good track. Alright. Bump, the mirror theme from the Guilty Gear XRD series. Guilty Gear has always had a mirror theme, so same character versus same character, for those who are not well-versed in fighting game terminology. If you're from the Smash side of things, I believe they call them Dittos, which is hilarious, because that's the name of one of the mirror match themes in one of the games. But this is another one you don't get to hear that often, because XRD has like 25 characters, so you basically have a 1 in 24 shot of, you know, ever hearing this organically, because you have to be having a mirror match on screen, and those don't happen all that often, even with popular characters. I think Bump is arguably the best mirror track. This one just goes. Like, this feels like a lot of the other unique battle themes that are not assigned to a single character, but are assigned to specific matchups. And you will see that become a theme on this list, that if it is a unique battle theme tied to a specific battle setup of certain characters, it is almost universally a fantastic track. I think Bump is right up there. I'll put it slightly above Zato's theme, but excellent mirror track. Love this track. Super good. Hey, Battle Wolf, welcome in. And welcome in, everybody. If I haven't caught you, I will try to greet people as I can. I'm also trying to be expedient and not destroy my whole ass voice. I'm probably not going to do a very good job. So, all right. Up next, Call Shot. Venom's XRD theme. I don't know why that's not loading. There we go. That was weird. Anyway. All right, Call Shot. Venom's character theme from the XRD series. Venom is a interesting character to base themes around. Hey, T5, welcome in. No, you haven't missed much. Only, what, 7 songs. So, 110 to go. Venom is such an interesting character. And I mean this top to bottom. Like, for my salt, hands down, Venom is the greatest character design in fighting game history. Not the most iconic, not the most important, but objectively the greatest design of a fighting game character ever made. Like, the actual concept of the pool ball mechanic and giving them interactions and using a pool cue and having it not only work, but allowing for probably some of the greatest freedom of expression in playing a character in any fighting game ever. You can I don't care what version of Guilty Gear it is. If Venom is in the game, you can watch 6 top high-level players of Venom, and you will see 6 different styles. 100% guaranteed. And it actually makes it hard to imagine what a Venom theme is, because there's so many angles you can take, right? You can have this suave, billiard-playing, very smooth-spoken man who's voiced by Suave, who's one of the best at doing it. So you could have, if you had like a more jazzy or smooth kind of crooner track, it would fit Venom perfectly. But he's also the leader of the Assassin's Guild. So having a harsh, heavy metal track also works just fine. Because it's Venom, and Venom just kind of gets to do whatever he wants. And I don't mean that in a derogatory way. Character's great. His character is great. His themes are great. I am not as partial to his XRD theme. And this is almost universally true. I'm going to be more partial to the XX themes because I have just more hours and more of my heart and soul in that series than I do the XRD series. But this is still very good. I'd say it goes probably in between these two, but great Guilty Gear track. Super, super good. Yeah, it can be as freeform as him. I 100% feel that way. So, yes, another good fucking double S track. Like, Venom's great, song's great. 10 out of good, no notes. Communication. Another one you actually did get to hear a decent amount because both Kai and Sin have been, well, good in their games for a long time. This doesn't hit super hard for me because I never played Guilty Gear 2. For those not aware, Guilty Gear 2 Overture is the closest genre I can define it as is a Musou game, Dynasty Warriors, but with a Guilty Gear spin to it. that is the game that introduced Sin, the Valentines, all of that stuff. And so I know this song is somewhat of an homage to things that go on in Guilty Gear 2, which is why I think it doesn't quite resonate with me as hard. But it's still a cool track with this kind of wild piano synth that goes on that's playing right now. I'm a sucker for any kind of rock or metal track that incorporates outside sources of melody. So symphonic instruments, synth instruments, big fan of that. So this is a very unique track, and I don't really know how you quantify Soul, Kai versus Sin. Kai didn't even train Sin, Soul did. So they have kind of a weird relationship, but I mean, it's a human and a gear, and then a half and half gear child. Of course they have a weird relationship. But I think communication is good. Probably not quite as good as the others for me. I'll put it at the top of S for now, but it's decent. What music do I listen to beyond Guilty Gear? Jesus. A lot. My favorite genres are electro-industrial, EB. I love electronic music. Electronic music was kind of my introduction to music as a kid, so I'm very partial to electronic music. But I love heavy metal. I love rock. I'll listen to a lot. I love symphonic music because I was a band nerd. Like, I have a pretty wide range. The only things you won't hear me listening to much are pop, just because I was never really a pop music person, even before it was all, basically created, via a fucking computer these days. But in fairness, a lot of music is. But pop, you will not hear me listen to country. My mom listened to country all the time after my mom and dad got divorced. I have very negative connotations with country, even good country. I respect classical country, if you say Johnny Cash, I will tip my hat. That kind of thing. But I'm not going to willingly listen to country of my own volition. It reminds me of a not great time in my life, and I didn't like it then, and I like it even less now. And I enjoy R&B, rap, and hip-hop, but I am woefully ignorant on the whole about it. I usually just kind of listen to it because friends will listen to it, and almost always I'm like, damn, this goes. But if you ask me to name a single track from that genre off the top of my head and tie it to someone that isn't a meme, like a DMX song, probably not going to be able to do it. But that's my musical background, quote unquote. KMFDM, yep. To give you an idea, my favorite bands of all time are Assemblage 23, which is a solo and electro-industrial act, originally from Seattle. V&V Nation, which is a duo electro-industrial act from Ireland and England. KMFDM is definitely up there. Stabbing Westward is one of my favorite bands of all time, easily. A horde of electronic artists that I have a ton of love and respect for. And then, those are like, if you name those things, I'm gonna go off. I will talk to you about those forever. But I probably should keep moving, or we're never gonna finish this. Never ever gonna finish this. But now you know my musical tastes. That'll help inform some of these decisions. All right, Destructive Goodwill, Faust theme. I love this theme, and that's saying something because, as you all know, I'm not the biggest Faust lover in the world. I think this theme absolutely shits on Faust's XX theme, and I think Faust's XX theme fits very well. But this is one of the there's not a lot of characters that have both an XRD and an X theme that I'm gonna say the XRD version is better. This is absolutely one of them, and it's not close. This song is so good. This is a great battle theme because it comes in with the traditional high-end heavy metal, like heavy guitar riff to start off, but then it transitions this, you just heard this kind of soft piano medley in the background. It goes back, kind of does a sine wave in terms of intensity of what it does. This song's great. I love Faust's XRD theme. It's so good, man. Fits in perfectly. It's a great battle track. Faust's stage in Rev 2 is also arguably my favorite stage in that game. It's up there. Super cool stage. Fits perfectly. Excellent track. I don't know that I can put it in my tippy top range, but it's knocking on the door. Whatever teleport door Faust chose, it's on the cusp of walking into the triple S side of things. So, yeah, one of the better character themes. Super good. Love it. Very, very good. If I'm praising Faust, you know some shit's good, because I don't do that often. Dice. So, this is one of the tracks I don't think anybody hears all that often unless you were just manually going in, which is too bad because this shit goes hard in the fuck. Like actually just hearing an actual death metal scream to kick off the festivities, like, there's a notable transition from the XX series to the XRD series, and the most common thing I can point to with the XRD tracks is that they tend to skew a little more towards that kind of butt rock, like crunchy rock, as opposed to the raw heavy metal, death metal influence of the XRD series, right? But I also think that works really well because it's kind of an iteration, and it does good to separate the XRD tracks from the XX tracks. That's probably my favorite part about the XRD soundtrack, is they didn't just go through and make a new composition of all their old themes, which I think is really cool and really important. This is just one of the vocal tracks, and it goes hard. It's really good. You can definitely have this on the battle theme, and it's not going to be out of place. It's not going to take over the sound. It's just, bro, it's just fucking metal. It's just going. What more do you want out of a track? I'm going to throw this. Let's throw it there for now. I think that's fair. So, yeah, great track. If you don't hear this one often and you play XRD, throw this on sometime when you're doing casuals. Good song. All right. Dirty Drive, Eno's XX theme. I would say Eno's themes both feel very similar, even though they're two very different songs. I'm sure I'm going to say this for more than one character tonight. It's hard to equate what makes the character theme tied to the character. Like, I can't really tell you what Eno's theme could sound like, because it can honestly be whatever the fuck it wants. She fights with a guitar, my man. Like, she's literally a heavy metal guitarist. So, her theme can be anything. She can write it her damn self if she wants. This, again, like, this just fits. I think this just fits. It's very much an XRD track. And it fits Eno. Eno's not meant to be, like, super high BPM, shredding the guitar non-stop, you know, like, tasty solos kind of music. It's just kind of a good rock composition with a little bit of variation to it, which fits the character quite well. It's really good. I like this track. It's probably not up with the double S's for me, just because for me there's nothing super standout about it other than the melody that plays at like the peak of the song. But still a good track. Fits Eno fine. This is probably the best part of the song in my opinion. This is the song part of the song I remember when it played. Like if this track comes up, this is what I'm thinking of when I think of this song. So, very good. Another S-Rake song. Again, there's a reason this is numbered the way... Numbered? Yes, these are numbers, definitely. I'm good at my job in words. I'm going to move on now. Diva of Despair, XRD Rams theme. So this is the first one where I'm like, this one is actually kind of hard for me to put. Because this and I'm going to mention this for a few songs, this song has what I call the BlazBlue influence under it. The BlazBlue soundtrack still had a lot of rock and metal to it, but it had a much more varied character-themed soundtrack than Guilty Gear did. Just a lot more different angles were taken. And this song, unlike her sister, starts off sounding like a weird BlazBlue B-side, and I'm not really all about it. But then we get into this part, and it's just a fucking nice riff shred that builds up and gets a little more metal as the song goes on, which I think works great. Ram's a cool character. She was never allowed to be what she was after Sign, which is a little unfortunate. But if you play at XRD Sign, you know why this character was never allowed to be that again. But I think the theme fits just fine. I can hear Ram's attack sounds. Like, I can hear Daru being said. I can hear Sword Set being said with the song in the background. So it makes me think of Ram Lethal, which is perfectly fine. But again, it has that weird tinge to it that I can't fully describe other than to say it sounds like it was influenced by BlazBlue's composition a little bit. So I will throw this probably around here. Probably feel the same about as I do Jam's theme. So good, not great, but very good. Divide My Heart. Okay, so this is the other Birthday Train-esque track. There are a few more in these. This is the only other one I put on because you do hear this one a little bit more often. It's used in the end credits. It's used in other things. You can set it as a battle theme. This has the same feeling as I have about Birthday Train, except that it's not a meme. It's just a song that exists. I would never put this on as my battle theme. I probably am not gonna listen to it for more than 10 seconds before hitting the skip button if it comes up on a playlist. It is not a bad song. It's a song that is a very different vibe than Guilty Gear, and so it's not doing much for me. And they might be one of the only songs that ends up in B. So, alright, Django Django, the XRD menu theme. So, the menu themes are very interesting for multiple reasons. They don't have to go hard as hell, and they shouldn't, because you don't want people getting anxious while going through the menu to set their options or their buttons or to navigate to training mode or whatever have you. But I think this is arguably the best menu theme of the entire series. It's just an acoustic guitar with a vibe. That's it. It's just a fucking good acoustic guitar riff. If you have to sit on the menu for a while because you're talking with someone in Discord, talking about matches or stuff like that, and this is playing in the background, you are totally fine with it. It is a great background track. It wouldn't work as a battle theme for obvious reasons, but as a fucking catchy, good-ass menu theme that you don't mind hearing the same, minute, 20-second loop over and over again, outstanding. Wonderful track. I can't put a menu theme in Triple S on principle. I also don't think I'd put it above Faust, but this song's great. This is the kind of song you can use for all sorts of things. If you're doing a fucking YouTube video on something and you need background music, you could absolutely let Django Django rip for 10 minutes straight, and no one would be offended. Worked perfectly well. Super good song. Probably not one people would expect me to put that high, but honestly, it's iconic. I cannot think of XRD without thinking of this song, especially because, and I'll give a little slight behind the scenes, whenever we do ads and shit like that when I'm commentating at events, oftentimes the only thing we hear is the game feed. We don't even hear the ads running. So you get to hear this a lot while just sitting and, fucking taking a break and catching up with your co-commentators. So this menu theme just comprises a ton of good memories and good situations. Great. Fucking wonderful menu theme. Absolutely killed it. Cannot ask for it. Does the sheep count sheep? Fucking Bedman's theme. This one is out there. As it should be, because Bedman is a character that is also out there. This is another, I would call, XRD staple, where the intro completely subverts what you think the track is gonna be. You know, it has the kind of creepy lullaby intro, and then we go into some pretty standard XRD heavy rock. Drum work is great. Catchy riffs. Exactly the right kind of BPM for XRD's battle pace. And Bedman is kind of a gnarly industrial character. He's fucking throwing literal gears and spikes around the screen. He fights on a fucking giant bed frame. He's very robotic. It kind of, honestly, everything just fits. Everything just fits. I'm not a huge fan of Bedman. The character design is definitely unique. It's just not my kind of thing. But this works. And then it goes into like this style melody. This is very much XRD melody, high point song kind of thing. Like, again, really good song. It's not up there with the greats of XRD for me, but it's on the cusp. I might bump this up later, but right now, on the tip of S. Yeah, there is a piano. I'll let it play for a minute. Let me chill for a minute. Because a lot of I will say, the XRD songs in particular have much longer loops than, say, some of the XX tracks. You get a few more variations. Yeah, the creepy piano here fits Bedman's stage very well too. It's a very chaotic song, which is perfect for that character. Absolutely fits to the T, and yeah, good song. No complaints about Bedman's track. You don't hear it all that often because Bedman's not a popular character. But if it shows up on the random select for a battle theme, I'm not sad. All right, Engage. So this song. All right, first and foremost, this song's great. Engage rips, but there is a problem. There is a problem, and let me go through all the positive first. As a theme that is based around Potemkin, the biggest, heaviest, slowest character in the series, great. Works super well. This is on par. Love it. There is one very notable problem about Engage, and that problem is that it is for all of time going to be compared to Burly Heart, aka Potemkin's X and XX theme. And that is not a fair fight in any way, shape, or form. And so my biggest problem with Engage is that whenever I see Potemkin on the screen, I just wish it was the XX version of his design and his XX track, even though this track is very, very, very good. So I can't put this any higher than probably mid-S. Even though this is a good song, there is nothing wrong with Engage. It fits XRD Potemkin great, works fine as a battle theme, especially with a more slow and lumbering character on the screen. But when you're fighting against the lineage that is Burly Heart, I'm sorry, that's not a fight you're gonna win, my friend. That is an unfair fight that you cannot make fair. Enough is enough. XRD Answer. I don't know why I put XRD Answer. You know, all those other games that Answer is in. Anyway, Answer's theme. I honestly rarely listen to this song, and that's not on purpose. I just rarely listen to it. I usually set my battle themes, and even when I'm commenting tournaments and stuff, this just isn't a song that comes up very often. So I don't have strong feelings on Enough is Enough one way or another. Answer is a super unique character. He's probably the single least played character in the history of XRD. But he's the biggest problem that Answer has for trying to establish a theme is that Guilty Gear already has a literal ninja that you build themes around. His name is Chip. So, how do you make another theme that fits another ninja who's also, you know, king of business? I don't know what that theme sounds like. This is what Daisuke & Co. came up with, and I think it works fine, but I have no strong feelings on this track one way or another. It just kind of is there. It works. It's not going to feel out of place during a battle. But I don't really have any strong feelings for it, so I'm going to shove it somewhere in S and call it good, because there's just not much else to it. So, Fizz, the XRD character select screen. Awesome character select screen music. Super, super good. This is one of the tracks when I think of XRD, I think of this track. I think of Fizz. Because so many videos that we all watched to try and watch top Japanese players when this was in the arcade, have them sitting on the character select screen for a good while. But this, to me, the character select screen is super fucking important, alright? Because Guilty Gear has some of the coolest character select screens in history. The XX through slash character select screen, peak. Fucking one of the best to ever do it. Absolutely love it. The XRD character select screens, also great. Absolutely fantastic. And the character select screen music in all of them are fantastic. Absolutely love this. Completely agree with T5 on this. This absolutely goes up with Django. Man. I wish I could just overlay them on top of each other because I don't want to put one in front of the other. But, yeah. Fucking killer character select screen. Absolutely love this song. It rules, man. Take notes, developers. This is how you write a character select screen. At least if your game is going to be based around rock and metal, this is how you write your character select screen. Fucking fantastic. Alright. Flash Hider. Let's go back to ninjas. So Chip's XRD theme. I think this fits Chip way more than Answer's song fits Answer, but that has much more to do with the fact that Chip has been around since the fucking beginning. He is an OG Guilty Gear character. He is in the original PlayStation game. So there's a lot more to work with in terms of history, lore, and personality, and fight style to make a theme. Chip is obviously kind of goofy, even though he is deadly serious in his own way. So a little bit more of a jovial track, I think, fits him very well. And it's also kind of chaotic, which is exactly what trying to fight Chip is like, especially in XRD. Do you want to go chase that motherfucker around? I don't. That shit sucks. And you know what you're going to hear while you're trying to catch his dumb ass and then he YRC teleports behind you? This is what you hear. So, effectively, this is the song you hear when you die. Jokes aside, good-ass song. It fits Chip well. I wouldn't call this a standout XRD track. But it is a good XRD track. It fits in well. Somewhere in the middle of S, I think, is fine. No real complaints there. So, up next, Give Me a Break, XRD Soul Bad Guy. So, we talked about Potemkin having the lineage of Burly Heart. Soul also kind of has this problem. Because Keep Yourself Alive is one of the Guilty Gear tracks of all time. It has been used in almost every fucking game in some format. Even the spin-offs. But, as a new theme with a new design of Soul, which I still will say I prefer Soul's XX design. I liked him more before he was Swole Bad Guy. But his designs are still iconic and they still work just fine. But I think it was super important they didn't go back to the well for Keep Yourself Alive for XRD because new design of Soul, fully switching over the voice actor with Daisuke no longer voicing his OC, passing the torch on to Joji. Can you pass the torch to Joji? Is that possible? Can you actually pass the torch to arguably one of the greatest voice actors to ever do it in the history of the world? But, so as a new XRD track, new Soul track, Give Me a Break is great. I think this encompasses everything about Soul. It encompasses everything about XRD and Guilty Gear writ large. Works incredibly well. XX Soul is still buff as hell, but he's much more streamlined. It's very similar to looking at like Ralph and Clark from KOF before KOF 11 and 12, where they became ultra buff. Like, if you put XRD Soul and XX Soul side by side, XX Soul almost looks like a twink. Like, he's buff, but he's got nothing on the fucking mountain of a human being he becomes in the XRD series and beyond. But anyway, yeah, Give Me a Break. This song's great. Works super well for XRD. Absolutely no complaints. Yep. It's a bad guy track. It fucking fits. Oh, buddy. Man. I know most people these days are gonna be all about that bullshit blazing because, let's be real, that did in fact sell Guilty Gear Strive to a whole lot of people. But I need you all to understand that in the year of our Lord 2013, when Guilty Gear had been more or less dormant for almost 7 years, and we got the reveal of Soul and Kai looking like HD sprites, their swords clash, and you see that camera pan rotate around and realize they're 3D fucking models, and Guilty Gear is coming to the HD world. For my salt, the greatest fighting game reveal ever. I'm biased as fuck. I understand that I am biased as fuck, and I don't care. When Heavy Day started playing, and we got that trailer reveal, this song was cemented as one of the most iconic Guilty Gear tracks to ever be written. And it will stay that way until we are all long dust in the ground. Fucking, where did you think this was gonna go? Like, yeah. One of the most important Guilty Gear songs ever made. Not a joke. That trailer was, all I can say is you had to be there. If you weren't around to see that, man, fucking what a moment in Guilty Gear history. What a moment in fighting game history. Incredible. Okay, Holy Orders 3. This is such a cool thing that got so old so fast, and let me explain myself. No, it was not an Evo reveal. It just happened in spring. I think it was like April. The trailer just dropped. Unceremoniously, it just dropped. Like, this was not like it. I think it was at. Was a Japanese game expo going on? There was something going on, but I think it might have just been a tournament or something. I don't think it was even like a TGS or anything like that. But anyway, Holy Orders 3. So, the first time we found out this existed was the sickest shit ever. For those who don't know, the only time Holy Orders 3 plays organically is when Kai is beat up enough that his hair tie comes unwound, his hair goes down, and then Holy Orders starts playing. And finding out this was in the game was one of those, like, holy shit, this rules sort of thing. And it does, and it's a very cool updated version of Holy Orders. But there's one very unfortunate facet of Holy Orders 3. And that is that if you just mash your way into training mode, and you're on player one side, and don't pick a character to train against, you're always going to default to Kai. And as soon as you trigger Holy Orders 3 once in training mode, it is there persistently until you exit out and change the song. Which can be really fucking annoying. Now that said, I don't hold that much against the song. It's a really cool updated version of Holy Orders 3. I do like the more symphonic side of it, with the much heavier emphasis on the string instruments, aka not guitars, but guitars are still in here, obviously. But I don't think it lives up to the original era of Holy Orders. So I'm just going to shove Holy Orders 3 somewhere in S and call it good. Because it's cool. It was novel. I wouldn't even say it's better than Kai's XRD. Jack-a-Dandy, XRD Slayer. So, Slayer obviously has a very unique set of themes, being, you know, the Lord of Dandyism. My man's is suave. He's smooth. He's jazz. And both of his songs use jazz. And even better, the XRD version has a saxophone. I was a saxophonist. If your fighting game track has a saxophone and it makes it work right, I'm going to like it. I'm going to like it a lot. Even though I almost never play Yori in King of Fighters, I'm always down to listen to Yori's themes because every single goddamn one of them has a saxophone. And so this jazzy, bluesy fighting game track perfectly fits Slayer. And you hear this track all the goddamn time because Slayer is still one of the single most popular characters in the game. But thankfully, it's a track you shouldn't mind hearing all the time because it's super good. It fits the character perfectly. And despite its slower BPM and much more toned down nature compared to a lot of the metal stuff, the song's great. Fucking excellent track. I think we'll stick it at the back of Double S. But it's an awesome song. Love Slayer's themes. And again, Slayer's another character. If you hear me giving compliments, you know some shit's going right. Because I hate fighting this character in every version of the game he's in. Juno, Jacko's theme. I have to actually think here. Because this song fits Jacko very well. This also has its same kind of, this feels like it was heavily influenced from Blaze Blues composition. Like, if I was blind to the 2 series and heard this song without knowing what character it was tied to, I would assume this was a new Blaze Blue character. Almost 100% of the time. And so for me, this is kind of on the weaker end of XRD tracks. It works fine. Jacko is a weird character. You are playing a MOBA. You are not playing a fighting game. You are playing a fucking MOBA. You better build your bases and you better protect them shits. But this one is just kind of there. And I'm not a huge fan of it. I'm even less of a fan because I hate fighting Jacko. Because, well, Murph was my training partner for a lot. And I get real sick of dealing with this bitch. So this song kind of puts bad connotations in my head. So I'm going to throw this an A. It's fine. It's not a bad song. Again, A is not bad. It's a fucking A. But compared to most Guilty Gear tracks, I think this one is just kind of mid. Like, and that's pretty much all I have to say about it. This, on the other hand... Alright, we want to talk about more iconic XRD tracks, oh buddy. So, of course, Sin... XRD is not Sin's first time in the series. Sin is a playable character in Guilty Gear 2. But this was his first real character theme. And they fucking nailed it. This song's great. This is another one I would describe as distinctly an XRD track. This would have worked in the XX series, but you can tell this was made for XRD. Just in the the style of guitar and the kind of pitch they use and the kind of sweeping melodies, it feels very XR, but man, it fits great. This song good. Sin's track is super good. Works perfectly as a Air Dash 2D fight theme. That opening riff alone, like, honestly, you don't even need to listen to the rest of this. Just this fucking opening. This plays and you hear Heaven or Hell, Duel 1. Like, do you really need anything more than that to be sold? And the answer is no. You don't. Not at all. Great theme. Super good. Absolutely way up there. Just Do It is excellent. Magnolia Eclair. So, I will straight up say that I think Kai is probably the single most blessed character in Guilty Gear history in terms of his character themes. Every single character theme Kai has gotten in every version of Guilty Gear fucks. They're all awesome. Every single one of them are awesome. Kai is spoiled fucking rotten by the music work for him. And it makes sense. He is literally one of the two most iconic characters in the series. He probably should have amazing themes. And Magnolia Eclair is one of the best songs in XRD, full stop. This is up there with my favorite XRD tracks. It fits Kai perfectly. It's got the edge to it with a little hint of that nobility and professionalism that you have when you were talking about the literal king of like 1/3 of the goddamn planet. This is incredible. One of the greats. And Magnolia Eclair is easily a Triple S song. I think this theme fucking goes so hard. Easily one of the best character themes in the entire XRD series. It is so good. So good. All right, we'll do this one and then I'll run ads. All right. I have a very complicated relationship with this song. So this is the polar opposite of Ramlethal's track for me. Marionette starts out good, gets amazing, and then in the middle, it does this hard pivot to one of the most just tinny, uninteresting Blaze Blue B-side sounds of all time. Once this song gets going, it is borderline S to triple S for me. But it doesn't stay there. And unfortunately, the part I remember about Marionette the most is the part I'll show you when we get there. But this part right here, this fucks. Like, this is awesome. This is fucking great. Love this part of this song. This song goes so hard. For a character that is, frankly, out there, which, as Guilty Gear characters are, but it's like, bro, she's a fucking waifu. In the most literal sense. And, like, you don't think of that heavy shredding guitar when you look at Elfeld initially. Even though you should, because she has a bunch of guns. But then we get to this. Then we get to this part right here. This is just, like, absolutely weak Blaze Blue B-side. I hate the rest of this song. I hate this part of the song. It fucking deviates so hard. And this is the only part of this song I ever remember. Is this. Like, it literally is like borderline a triple S song, and then the rest of the song happens. Like, a fumble of epic proportions midway through the game. Like, I have no other way to describe this song. It's a good song. It is a very well-written, compositionally good song. I cannot get over that fucking switch. Like, if the entire song is just this, bro, this is an all-timer. This is an all-timer. Easily. This shit goes so hard in the fuck. But then we get to the rest of it, and it's Jover. It's just fucking Jover, bucko. So, I am this close to doing this. I won't, just because that opening goes too hard to put it in B. Not safe for work. Oh, I was gonna take an ad break. All right. You know what? I don't have a lot to say about this song, so I'm just gonna let it play while I run ads real quick and refill my water, and then I'll come back and probably throw it in S tier. So, give me like 3 minutes to rest my vocal cords, get some water, and I'll be right back. All right. Thanks for waiting, everybody. Sorry, Ren needed to go out, so. Okay. So, NSFW, I'm gonna be real, I have very little opinion on the song. It never comes up in battle. It's fine. I really don't have any feelings on this song whatsoever. It's kind of one of the more forgotten vocal tracks of Xrd, in my opinion. Hey, Mikey, welcome in. So, I'm just gonna throw it an A. I think the song's fine. I don't think of Guilty Gear when I hear it. I rarely hear it at all. I'm sure someone loves this song and probably uses it as a battle track, but for me, it's just like, it exists. I don't have strong feelings on it. One Dawn, XRD Dizzy. So this is another one where we kind of have a lineage problem to talk about. Because Awe of She exists. But what I will say is when comparing, like, Potemkin, who has Engage trying to compete with Burly Heart, One Dawn is trying to compete with Awe of She. Neither of these are fair fights. I will say, I think One Dawn absolutely fits what XRD Dizzy has become. She has a family now, she's matured, she controls her powers, and it starts out as this very soft-spoken thing, which Dizzy isn't even in battle form when the fight starts. You see her transform, and then we get to this, and it's kind of like its own little Awe of She. And is really good. One Dawn is an excellent song. And I think it is a better follow-up to a completely unfair fight with the original character theme than Potemkin's is. So I'm going to throw this up in double S. Middle of double S, that's fine. The song's very good, fits perfectly. I think the song's great. Big fan, but again, I can't put it in the upper up crust because sorry, you're not competing with one of the most important Guilty Gear songs of all time. That's an unfair fight and will remain an unfair fight forever. Welcome in, Tech. But yeah, good song. One Dawn is super good. Fits character. Original bet. So the opening is what makes this song. I'll be real. This opening with Johnny fits so well. It fits the character perfectly. It's a great setup for the announcer to drop the heaven or hell on you and to get things going. Escalates in just the right way. And Johnny has the luxury of having a great XX character theme, but not one that's so entrenched in the lineage of Guilty Gear's music history that you can't look at the XRD track and go, you know what, I think this one might be better. Because it has, like, just these real groovy, like, you know, cutting out a lot of the percussion sections to kind of set up the next set of the melody. And it works shockingly well in battle. You wouldn't think that, like, cutting out a lot of the background instruments would work that well for a chaotic 2D fighting game. But it do. Yeah, it actually works very well. Original bet's super good. I will say this song, when it first dropped, when Johnny first came out, everyone, including me, were like, damn, this is one of the best Guilty Gear songs ever. This thing rules. And it did kind of wear out its welcome a little bit. Not a lot, but a little bit. So I'm going to throw it towards the bottom of double S. Fits the character super well. Again, a great follow-up to his XX theme. But not the elite of the elite, in my opinion. Reunion. Another fucking phenomenal intro with this just single, simple electric guitar riff and then get going. It's weird because I know this song because it gets played a lot while playing XRD, and it's an excellent specialized battle theme. This is the XRD Soul versus Kai theme. Reunion's super good. So I want to preface with that. This song is very, very, very good. It goes in. All right, take care, Cheryl. We'll be here. Reunion also has a lineage problem because it is going up against Noontide. And again, as I've said with these other ones, that's not a fair fight. But Reunion is such a good track, and it fits Excerpt so well, and riffs so hard that I still can't put it any lower than Double S. But it's not Noontide for me. It's never gonna be. But again, it's in Double S for a reason. Because it's an awesome, you know, this is the main character's fight theme. Like, that's what it's there for. And in fairness, Exard made a big deal out about having Soul and Kai clash again. That happens. So, yeah, good song. I mean, what do you want me to say about this? What do you want me to say about Ride the Fire? You gave a fucking unique track to Dragon Install, and it fucking goes so hard. It goes so hard. And it could, like, you could just have this. That's all you need. I don't even need to play the song for you. That fucking scream for Dragon Install, like, come on, man. What more do you want? Well, that's peak fucking Guilty Gear. Absolutely peak fucking Guilty Gear. I am torn about whether I put this at the bottom of Triple S or the top of Double S. Because you only hear it for Dragon Install. And I will say, if you're gonna Dragon Install, Exard's not a bad game to choose to do it. You're probably gonna have a better chance of getting something done in Exard than you are in most games by choosing to Dragon Install. So I think for now, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna throw this at the top of Double S. I might bump it up before we're all said and done. But like that, God, what a fucking good song. It's so cool to give Dragon Install a theme, man. Excellent work. Fucking peak Guilty Gear stuff. Oh, baby. All right. If you have ever watched me post Excerpt clips to Twitter, or watch me post training mode stuff when I was labbing Heihun setups, or this, that, or the other thing, you will notice one constant in those videos, and that constant is that fucking Rokomon is my background music. This part. I'm sorry, we took Momentary Life and we just ripped that shit up to 11. This is, in my opinion, hands down, no argument to be had, this is the best character theme in Excerpt. Full stop. I have a very complicated relationship with Baiken as an Anji player. A very complicated relationship. This song is so goddamn good. Such a great battle theme. Like, it's heavy metal with a fucking shamisen in the middle of it. Like, and we haven't even hit the best part of the song yet. Like, this build up for the actual main melody riff. Come on. Come on, man. Right here. Oh, this gets me hype every fucking time. This is so good. This song goes so hard. I'm not explaining myself further. This is one of the greatest Guilty Gear tracks ever written, in my opinion. When I think of Baiken, I think of this song, and that's saying something as someone who's played infinitely more of the XX series than Excerpt. Like, this is peak. This song is so goddamn good, and I fucking adore it. It's absolute peak Guilty Gear. Love Rokomon. Probably my favorite Excerpt song. Probably my single favorite Excerpt song. Save Intoxication. Another one of the random vocal tracks scattered throughout. This is just good Excerpt music. I have a hard time really speaking speaking on these. Because they're all good, but I also don't necessarily think of XRD or Guilty Gear. I think this is tuned up just a little bit louder than what the one was, too. On YouTube. There we go. That's better. This is another one. No strong feelings on this. It's a perfectly serviceable track. Somewhere in S. If you feel really strongly about it, let me know, but I've never heard anyone bring up Safe Intoxication as one of their favorite XRD tracks. Nor have I heard anyone say it sucks. So I think we'll shove it in S and just call it good. Shotgun in Head. Man. This one I feel is a little more iconic. Like, just real good, fucking immediate, let's go. High BPM, good battle theme. But it's just another one of the vocal tracks. Like, the only time you hear this is if somebody manually picks it. But that doesn't make it bad by any stretch. Like, this just kind of feels like old thrash. And that's a heavy compliment, by the way. When I say something sounds like old thrash, that's good. Like, it's just super good song. I really don't have a super strong opinion on it. I'm gonna throw it in the bottom of double S. It's somewhere on the cusp of these two. But you can throw this on as your battle theme and you're not gonna have a bad time. Like, it actually works just fine. What title got shoved off screen? Just the birthday trains here. They're gonna start expanding here as we go, unfortunately. I can shrink it down later if we need to, but we'll figure it out. Oh, sorry. I apparently did that. Oh, this has got a weird picture. That's why. It's got a 4:3 picture. That's why it scrolled everything off. All right. Anyway. All right. 6 Black Heaven's Guns. Now this is one of the vocal tracks. This is one of this is XRD. I think of XRD all the time to this song. Like, I'm just gonna let this one play for a minute. This song's great. Then the melody. Oh, this song's great. Fucking awesome vocal track, man. Like, it's just called 6 Black Heaven's Guns. Like, is that not the most metal shit? Like, what more do you want? Triple S. It belongs. It absolutely earns it. It's one of the XRD tracks of all time. Fucking phenomenal track. So good. So fucking good. Sky Should Be High. Another fucking just ripper of a track. This song's so good. Another one I like. The vocal tracks for me in XRD are truly hit and miss. And the ones that are miss are not bad, they just don't vibe with me, right? As music is. That's what's fun. This is why I like talking about music, because music is seriously probably the single most objective thing you can ever talk about in terms of like, dislike, and preferences. That's what makes music beautiful, in my opinion. It's what I love about it. But this is another just, fucking killer vocal track. Like, if you would have put this as the theme for the opening of one of the versions of XRD, everyone would have been like, hell yeah. Like, absolutely no one would have complained. I I don't know if I put this up there with Six Black Heaven's Gun. I don't know if I do. It's very close. I'm gonna put it right around here for now, and I might change my mind. It's real close to being one of those truly iconic Exit songs. But again, just hell yeah, fucking love this song. Excellent. Okay, oof. Y'all know how I feel about May. You all know my innate disdain for this character. I do not have positive reactions to May themes coming on. I definitely don't. But, and we'll get to Blue Water, Blue Sky when we get there, because if there's going to be something that pisses people off in this list, it's probably going to be that. I'm going to be real. Starry Story just feels like budget fucking Blue Water, Blue Sky. This just feels like a less catchy, less interesting version of Blue Water, Blue Sky. Does it fit May? Yes. Absolutely. Absolutely fits the character perfectly well. It vibes with her demeanor and style. Can't really say anything on that front, but it's just kind of whatever. I won't put it down with the truly mid tracks because it's not quite there. It just sounds like an anime opening theme. It is. Can you not just picture May running across the fucking jellyfish pirate ship with a piece of toast in her mouth or some bullshit? Like, you know, like, it's there. It's fine. Actually, no, I can't. I can't put it as. This song's mid as fuck. I'm gonna be real. This song's mid as fuck. It's May, and I'm gonna move on. Now, this song, on the other hand, is not mid as fuck. One of the best fucking intros to any Guilty Gear song ever. Fucking Stoles fucks unreasonably hard. And I am not particularly a huge fan of Leo as a character, especially not fighting him. But my god, does he have one of the best themes in the game. This song is so fucking good. And for the gruff Unga Bunga character, it fits as good as it gets, man. Stoles is elite. Absolutely great Guilty Gear song. You could give me that intro and that first guitar riff, and that's enough to put it in Triple S. The rest of the song does nothing to stray from that. It's just good. It's just fucking good, man. Like, and it just keeps going with the same style. It doesn't deviate. It doesn't throw you wild curveballs like Marionette does. It just, nope, we go hard, we stay hard. Let's fucking fight. Like, you can't see me, but I'm doing the okay sign. Fucking peak Guilty Gear music. Storyteller. This is a weird one. It's super good. This is a weird one for me to rate. This is one of the ones I actually have a hard time rating. God, where do I even put Storyteller? Like, it has these slow parts. I don't particularly want this as a battle theme, if I'm being real. But once it gets going, it's fine. But it has those lulls that make it kind of hard to work as a battle theme track, in my opinion. But again, all these vocal tracks are at least solid. None of them are remotely bad. But I do think this one's on the weaker end of the Excerpt vocal track. So I'm just going to shove it at the top of S and be content with my decision for now. God, we haven't even got to the XX track yet. Jesus Christ. God damn it. Here, I'm going to scroll this down so I'll try and get the fit. Stop using these 4x3 pictures. Why you do this? There we go. All right. Excerpt Millions theme, The Lily of Steel. Great. The symphonic chord progression going up and down the background, combined with the super high energy, because, spoilers, I don't want my Pixie character to have a low BPM song. That shit needs to go. She's going fast. I want the song to go fast. And Lily of Steel does. Absolutely does its job. I don't know if it surpasses her original theme for me. And the caveat to this one is that, much like the other assassin characters, you don't get to hear Milia's theme that often because she has unique ones for fighting the other assassin characters, and the assassin characters are very popular. So you don't hear this one as often, but in terms of a character theme and following up a legacy character, good, super good. I like this song a lot. Far from my favorite Excerpt song, but it's very good. Now, instead, let me talk about one of my favorite Excerpt songs. There's going to be a theme in this tier list, and that is if there is a theme that is based around the assassin characters fighting one another, it probably goes hard in the fuck. All of them are some of the best music Guilty Gear has. Like, full stop. This one is the Milia versus Zato theme. So, the Spider's Thread. God, so good. What a good fucking song, man. And, if you were around for Excerpt Sign, you heard this song a fucking lot. Because, Milia and Zato were both extremely strong characters, and so you saw them fight one another quite often. Now, I will say, of all the purely assassin-based tracks, I don't know, this might be the quote-unquote weakest. And by weak, I mean it's probably going somewhere in double S, because it's still that good. This rip right here, fucking hype, awesome, great, fucking love it. Little bit of chaos, little bit of desperation, which definitely sums up the complicated relationship that is Milia and Zato. So, very good song. I love this song. It's near the top of double S. It's super fucking good. Very, very good Assassin's track. No complaints. The Tuner. Where did that go? Whoops, I did not alphabetize that properly. My bad. Anyway, Kumegun's theme from Guilty Gear Xrd. I like this song a lot. Obviously, I'm very partial to Haehyun for obvious reasons. And I kind of like this for being a little bit more of an industrial, like, kind of gritty, downbeat thumping rock. And it kind of fits the character well. Haehyun is a weird character. Very out there character. And the industrial thing fits because, well, Haehyun's a fucking robot. So, I think it fits the character super well. Making themes for first-time characters is not easy. You got to figure out what you want it to be based around and how it represents the character. And I think this works. I can't rate it up super elite because I do think it is a little too repetitive for its own good. But in terms of fitting the character well and being a theme that can play while you're in battle and it fucking works just fine, no complaints. I think the tuner does its job, and I don't mind listening to it, even if I rarely have it as my battle. Suki no Shihai. Good old fucking Raven. So, let's be real. There is one thing you need for Raven's theme, and that shit needs to be edgy, bucko, because that's what Raven is. He is a goddamn edgelord. The literal pizza cutter character. All edge, No smoothness, no suaveness. That he is an edgy boy. Except for his pants bulge. That is round. God bless you, Daisuke, for creating the first fighting game character to have a boner meter. You fucking did it. Also notable for being the only vocal character theme in XRD. Only character in the entire game with an innate vocal track. And boy, it sure do work. Sure do fucking work. Like, this is edgy, thrash, in-your-face music. And it fucking works. It just fucking works. Far from my favorite track. That works. I think that's somewhere around there is fine. But, yep, this sure is Raven. This is Raven as fuck right here. Wanna Be Crazy. Another fucking killer vocal track. God, the vocal tracks are good. I did not give the vocal tracks enough credit when they first fucking came around for XRD. But this is another one that just sums up XRD. This is just XRD music, man. Like, great melody, great cadence, fucking super catchy metal riff in the background, like... I don't think I put this one up as high as most of the others. It doesn't quite have the same grip, I would say, compared to the really high-end XRD vocal track. But still super good. I think this lives right around the same area Storyteller does. Like, super solid vocal track. If it comes on as the battle theme, I'm not sad. Not much more to say. The vocal tracks are good, man. Our final XRD track, and it is an absolute banger. Oh, buddy. It is a real difficult mountain to climb to be the theme that is set to replace two of the greatest Guilty Gear tracks ever written in the two prior Assassin's themes. Existence and Still in the Dark are icons. Iconic Guilty Gear tracks. When Life Comes. Like, do I need to say anything else? Do I? Do you actually need more than that? This song rips. This song is so fucking good. Absolutely love When Life Comes. It's up. Actually, I'll even put it over Magnolia Eclair. It's that good, man. This song is fucking incredible. Probably my second favorite track to have on when playing XRD. Only Rokamon lives higher for me. But this incredible song that had a fucking rough lineage to fight through, because again, the Assassin's tracks all are amazing. They're all so fucking good. This part, this is exactly my kind of metal riff. This is the kind of shit I love in metal music. Like, the fucking melodic guitar that can tell the whole story without a fucking single vocal being said. Like, that is a fucking killer way to end off the XRD song, is because man, absolutely great song. One of my favorite Guilty Gear songs of all time. Easily. All right, we are in to the Guilty Gear X, XX, and Korean Reload songs, and we are going to be here for a while. So, buckle up, children. Brisket. Brisket's original theme from Guilty Gear XX, A Simple Life. You're gonna hear me use the word iconic. A lot. Because Also, you're just seeing... I'm gonna have to fucking... Okay, these are all, like, 4x3s, so I need to adjust this so you're not just seeing Burry's ankles here. So I'm gonna get you to line up for me. That should work. There we go. No, it was fine. Great song. Absolutely great song. Not my kind of song. This is a little too like perky for my style of fighting game music, but I mean, this song, Sid said it perfectly. Puts a smile on your face, which is what Bridget the character does. She puts a smile on your face just because of her existence. This is me showing respect for the song for what it is. I personally do not prefer this over a lot of other Guilty Gear tracks, but it's iconic. It fits the character. Great song. No complaints whatsoever. X Venom. I'm gonna have to readjust this every time, aren't I? Fun. A solitude that asks nothing in return. One of the fucking coolest track titles ever, by the way. I will say, the names of the songs before XRD, I think, are way more badass more often than not. There are some exceptions, obviously. Again, Six Black Heaven's Gun, that's a fucking great track name. But the X and XX track names are... Oh, yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff. I'm going to warn you all right now. It is going to be very hard for me to put things below double S for almost the rest of the fucking list. Because these songs literally are part of some of the most important years of my fucking existence. 42 fucking round trips around that stupid ass orb that we call the sun. And almost all of these songs were in my ear holes at different times for very important parts of those trips around the sun. Venom. This track is great. Venom in the XX series is even more mysterious, even more unknown. This song is it has an eerie feel to it. It just goes. I love this song. It's so good. And I don't even think I would put this anywhere near my top 10 XX songs. So that tells you the kind of quality we're going to be swimming in for a good while here. Get ready to see the double S tier explode. Because it's gonna. Feel like this could be a WWE intro track. Yeah, that tracks. Honestly, that tracks. I'd see it. But yeah, Venom's X track, super good. Oh, baby. I mean, I'm just gonna do this and save you all the fucking trouble. Calica can't raise her hands up to make the what pose, but I mean, it's awe of fucking she. One of the greatest fighting game tracks ever written. And oh my god, if you ever hear the Sound Alive version of this song, oh, the intro goes so fucking hard. If I have any voice left at the end of this, remind me to go find the Sound Alive version of a couple of these songs. So you can... This is the kind of track that would show up in combo vids for other fighting games. Okay, so let me spell it out for you. How iconic and how important this song is, alright? So, back when I started playing competitive Guilty Gear in 2003, 2004, went to my first Evo in 2004. You all know this story. I've told it 1,000 fucking times. Guilty Gear was very much the oddball weird kid game that had no respect from the fighting game community writ large outside of the people who played it. It was very much an ostracized community at the start of its competitive life cycle, especially in North America. So, Guilty Gear got a lot of shit from non-Guilty Gear players pretty regularly. It was not a popular game. It was not a game that was spoken highly of in basically any way, shape, or form. The first custom Marvel vs. Capcom 2 soundtrack to ever be burned to use on Dreamcast, She is one of the tracks that plays as a battle. And if that doesn't tell you how fucking important and how beloved this song is in fighting game history, I don't know what to tell you, dude. Like, She is... I'll even do this. It is that important. It needs to be at the very top right now. Like, fucking incredible song. That one of the fucking greatest Guilty Gear tracks ever to do it. Hands down. All right. Original Babel Noise. Jams theme. So, I mentioned this earlier. Yo, what's up, Drew? How you doing, brother? I mentioned this before. I think Jam's themes fit her very well. They both work super good. Big fan. Big fan of both these themes in terms of fitting the character. I will say they go so far out of their way to go with a big neon sign. Yo, this character is Chinese. They have the very, like, just, like, stereotypical, almost, sound to them to let you know this character is not Japanese. They really go out of their way to do it. And it works fine, and the character is Chinese, so it works fine. But man, it just, like, it does take it down a bit for me, because it's just, it, like, sticks out like a sore thumb in terms of, like, the character track. But it's still an XX character theme that goes hard and fits the character super well. So I'll probably put it at the top of S for now. We might bump it up later. But I feel like Jam songs do have a stigma. Yeah, we're just now starting the XX songs. I haven't done a single Korean song yet. We're getting there. The rest of the way is XXX and Korean. So, but yeah, good song, fits Jam perfectly, but it just has a certain twang to it that I think does take away from the track's overall, like, worth a little bit, just in my opinion. All right. The XX menu theme. Dear God, I've heard this so much, I will not be surprised if this is the fucking song that plays when I die. Super good menu theme. I like Beating My Soul a lot. It is not Django. I will say that. This is one of those times where I think XRD actually does shine brighter with what it's doing. But this is still really good. It's perfectly fine menu theme. You use this a lot back in the day because we used to have to go into options all the fucking time. Because, well, there was no quick button change in the old games. So, you heard this a lot. Like, a lot. It is definitely not Django. I don't think I can even put it in the same team. It's catchy. It does its job. Works perfectly fine. But you heard the whole song. It's acceptable. Okay. So, we are to our first Korean Reload track. For those of you who are unaware, Guilty Gear XX Sharp Reload was the second version of the game in that series. And this one's actually louder. I'm going to turn this down to stats so you can hear. Thank you, YouTube. So, Reload came out about a year and a half or 2 years after XX debuted in arcades. But Reload has a important distinction of being the only version of any Guilty Gear game to have an alternate soundtrack and alternate voices. They did a partnership with a group in Korea where Guilty Gear was super popular, by the way. Korea was big on Guilty Gear very early on in its life cycle. So there is a special edition version of Reload for the PS2 That is the Korean version. Contains Korean voice actors, all re-recorded voice lines, and completely original tracks for the entire game. And so they have a very distinct lineage for people who played Reload competitively or playing Guilty Gear back then. And I will tell you right now, the Korean tracks are the definition of hit and miss. Some of them I rank as some of the best Guilty Gear music ever, even though a lot of you have never heard them. And some of them are just there, and they are fine songs, but they don't come close to matching their original candor for the characters and such. Blacklight Babe, this is a very good representation of Eno, in my opinion. It's got some really catchy... One thing I will say about the Korean soundtrack, they are much more willing to use electronica in addition to the rock, which I am a huge fan of. Again, I am an electronic music fiend. I love electronica. I love industrial. Korean soundtrack does a lot of this. I really like... This is one of my favorite Eno themes. I think this is an excellent version of Eno's theme, and I'm going to throw it somewhere in the lower half of SS. This one goes. Very, very good Korean theme, and it won't be the last. Blood-Stained Lineage. So, Testament's theme. Again, interestingly enough, this is one of the OGs. Testament was in the very first Guilty Gear as a hidden boss. And he got a good one. Excuse me, they got a good one. I always forget. It's they now. Can you tell I didn't play Strive that much? But they have a good one. I love this song. And I will say, I'm probably going to elevate this a little higher than I should, solely because of its sound alive version. The live version of this track absolutely rips. It is so fucking good. But the studio recorded version for the game is excellent. This is a perfect Guilty Gear character theme, man. Testament is a chaotic and conflicted character. They have a very tragic and difficult background, and this song encompasses everything about them perfectly in terms of what they are back in the XX series. Because Strive Testament is obviously a much more nuanced character, being totally not, confirming that they are non-binary, showing a little bit more of more of their human side than their gear side in Strive. And so there's a big shift in dynamic for the character in that. But original Testament was a chaotic, powerful, and scary character. And Bloodstained Lineage does its goddamn job letting you know that that's what this character is. I'm going to put it right up with Suki no Shihai because you could argue that Testament is one of the original edgelord characters in Guilty Gear. So, but this one earns its spot. Absolutely. Okay. All right. I guess I have to do this, huh? I guess I have to do this. Blue Water, Blue Sky. 99 out of 100 people who like Guilty Gear music will tell you this is a Triple S song and shut the fuck up. I cannot tell you how many people I've met who love Blue Water, Blue Sky and think it's the best Guilty Gear song ever made, and I cannot argue with you that this is not one of the most iconic and well-set character themes there is. It is a classic. It fits May to the T. It is super catchy. She's the most bubbly character in the game alongside Bridget, so having a bubbly song works. But it's still May. And I still get so tired of hearing it because everybody plays this song. Everybody plays this fucking song. I'm going to put the respect on it deserves. I'm not going to put it below Double S. But if I was ranking this on my own personal bias, it goes right here. Like, unquestionably, it goes almost to B. But I will put the respect on its name it deserves and put it in double S where it belongs. Because I know how beloved this song is to people. And not just random people, but a lot of people I highly value the opinions of. So, I am doing my best to refrain from raw personal bias, which is real funny to do on a fucking tier list. But I'm trying to be objective. It is my least favorite track, and it's always felt like it's just me. Okay, I'm gonna do myself an actual favor. I'm gonna put it closer to where I think it belongs. People are still gonna come for me with pitchforks and torches for this. I promise you. But whatever. Not the first time. Won't be the last. Moving on. Do I need to say words here? Do I need to say anything? Honest question. Like, bro, Burly Heart is one of the best fucking fighting game songs. This song is incredible. Burly Heart is just... You can't tell. This is one of the greatest intros of any fighting game character track ever. Just... Bro, do you understand how fucking great your song is when you let someone open up with the goddamn bass guitar and just go off? I am very partial to bass. Bass is the only guitar I can play, and I can't even do that. That's a lie, but I know where some chords are and where some notes are. My grandfather was a lifelong professional bassist. I have bass players all throughout my family for the parts I give a shit about. You give me a heavy rock song that opens with some wicked bass, and I am in. There is a reason that even people who hate Metallica will tell you that Orion is one of the coolest instrumental heavy metal tracks ever written. Because it opens with one of the fucking sickest bass solos you will ever hear in your goddamn life. Like, Burly Heart is an all-timer. This is not a question. Anyone who doesn't tell you Burly Heart is one of the greatest Guilty Gear tracks is lying through their goddamn teeth. This is one of the most iconic songs in the whole series, and I can think of few songs that fit the archetype of a big, burly motherfucking grappler than this does. Like, this is where it's at. This is Potemkin. And this is why I mentioned that I'm like, talking about Engage from XRD is not a fucking fair fight. You cannot write this character theme and then ever think you're gonna make one better for a future version. That's not happening. It's just, you can't do it, man. Burly Heart is an all-timer. Triple S, no questions asked. One of the best to ever do it. All right, our next Korean reload theme. Chip, Child of the Wind. This is going to be a really good example of highlighting the differences between the Korean songs and the original XX tracks. Again, a lot more kind of synth and additional melody sounds as opposed to just raw rock tunes. And this is another common thing you're going to hear. This very militaristic marching beat on the snare is very common in the Korean soundtrack. Now, as for this song representing Chip compared to his actual XX theme, I like this song more. Like, I like the sound of this song more. It does more things that I like because, again, I'm a synth geek. I love that shit. This kind of nice melodic riff really giving you that. This is the part of the song where you could sit there and hum it. You know, you would fucking like hum the melody kind of shit when you're just idling. It works. But I don't know that it represents Chip where he is in the XX series. This almost feels like it would fit better as X or Chip in a way. But still a super good song. I'm gonna throw it at the bottom of Double S. Represents the character well, super good. Works fine as a battle theme. I think it belongs pretty high up the list as far as all things considered. Korean Bridget. Crash and Burn. This is another one that fits the character super well. I don't think this one can step up to the plate against A Simple Life. I don't think it can. This sounds very anime theme again. Like, you could absolutely see Bridget running to school late as this theme plays and accidentally tripping over Stuffy Roger or something. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it fits, but it doesn't sound like a fighting game track. But that's the point, I think. Again, they want to do something more bubbly and stuff, but I'm not a huge fan of Crash and Burn. I think this is... And I will freely admit, I am very reluctant to talk any shit on Bridget anything. Because the character's so beloved, and I love Bridget too. You know, she's a great character. But I just don't think this one just doesn't quite hit for me. It's just not quite there. Day of Judgment. Justice's Korean theme. The Justice and Cliff Korean themes are hard to talk about. I'm gonna be real. Because they were not legal characters back in Reload. You could not pick them. You had to unlock them to even be able to pick them. But as we'll talk about once we get to Justice's XX theme, this is another Burly Heart situation where this is trying to punch up against what I think is one of the best XX tracks. Or at the very least, one of the most iconic XX tracks. This song's good. If I didn't know anything about Justice's original music or anything else, I'd be super down for this as a battle theme. It's a little low on the BPM side for a game like Guilty Gear, and that's especially funny because you might be thinking if you are a plus R player that like, well, that's fits Justice. Justice is slow. She doesn't have a regular dash and all this stuff. And you're correct, but that wasn't the case in XX and Reload. Justice was the fastest fucking character in the game because she was a boss character. She was faster than Chip with a triple jump and a double air dash, bucko. She was a crack hound. So this doesn't really fit XX Justice, even though it's a good song. I'm gonna throw it at the bottom of this. It's okay, but kind of a miss. And again, one of those where it's like, man, you're going up against an iconic song. It's not a fair fight. Desert Dust. Remember when I said the Korean soundtrack is very hit and miss? This is Johnny's Korean theme. And I'm gonna be real, this ain't it. And you'll see why here very soon. Is this a Sonic track? Wow, you actually took the words out of my mouth. Fucking give me my brain cell back, you whore. This is alright. This is not Guilty Gear. This is not Guilty Gear. There's nothing Guilty Gear about it. It's not even Johnny. I just don't. Even though it's got this cool synth back wave to it, and I'm a big fan of that, I'm just not a fan. I'm not down for Johnny's Korean theme. I think it's kind of meh. I think it's kind of meh. Sorry. I don't think anyone's going to really fight me on this one, though, so I'm not too worried about it. Now, let's talk about a fucking hit off the Korean. I need to turn this on. Hang on. Let me get it. All right. Get it centered, and we're turning this one up a little bit. I need you all to remember that during the XX series, Sato was evil as fuck. He was fully possessed by Eddie. He is goddamn insane. He's a walking corpse. This song is perfect. This is fucking perfect for the nightmare character that is XX Eddie. This is the way the shit builds up. I'm just letting this play out because I know not a lot of people have got to hear this. I know a lot of people are not familiar with the Korean OST. This could have replaced Sato's theme. Like, this track fucks so hard, dude! Like, and bro, I love this song. This song is so good. I was not kidding about Korean soundtrack being hit and miss, man. I was not kidding. It's just... Industrial, spooky, incredible build-up, incredible riffs, fucking triple S, no questions asked. Fucking love Dementia. What a great fucking song. All right, Korean Ditto. Or Korean mirror match, aka Ditto. I am always of the mindset that a mirror match song needs to be kind of uncomfortable, kind of like not necessarily edgy, but it should invoke a little bit of chaos, a little bit of what the fuck is going on. Because bro, it's a mirror match. You are fighting a clone. It should be a little like, oh, this is weird. Because it is. I think this is a great mirror theme. The little record scratches and this stuff kind of reminds me of modern Shin Megami Tensei music. That's what I think of when I hear Ditto. This kind of reminds me of like Nocturne and On Shin Megami Tensei music. And I think it works super good. I can't rate this ultra high because it is just a mirror match theme. It's not attached to anything. And it's a little generic, but I still think it belongs at least in double S. I think it's a really good mirror theme. And honestly, mirror themes are all super good in Guilty Gear. So the Korean soundtrack lives up to it. Solid track. Like a lot. Oh, buddy. I mean... one of the best character select themes ever. It's incredible. Just iconic as hell. But love DOA, man. I have heard this song for so many hours of my life. You have no idea how many hours on that character select screen I have spent over the years. Just incredible. Fucking incredible character select theme. Can't in good faith put it in triple S, even though you could make the argument because it is only a minute long. But that's a damn good minute, bucko. It's a damn good minute. One of the most iconic character select songs, man. So good. All right. Axel's Korean theme, Dogs on the Run. So I like this better than Johnny's. And I think it fits the character better than Johnny's, but I also still think this is one of the Korean songs that's still a bit more on the miss side of the coin, if I'm being completely honest. Fits Axel. Definitely fits Axel. But this also sounds like it belongs in a fucking Sonic game. And that's a trend I cannot get away from with some of these Korean tracks. Certainly not bad. Certainly not terrible by any stretch. I think I'll put it right around here. I think it's a little bit better than Bridget and Johnny's themes, but not by a lot. It fits. I'll give it that much. It does fit. But this one is definitely not what I would call one of the highlights of the Korean soundtrack. And now we're right back to iconic. The Guilty Gear XX Assassin theme, Existence. Oof. Absolutely massive, iconic song here, man. It is very important to note that in the XX series, all the assassins were incredible. Absolutely incredible characters. They are almost never on the bottom half of the power scale for any of the games, except for basically Zato and Slash. That's about it. Otherwise, you got this matchup a lot. Milius Slayer, Zato, and Venom, you saw those characters fight each other all the fucking time in the X and XX series. Well, some of them weren't X, but you get my point. Incredibly iconic Guilty Gear XX track. This is one of the greats. One of the greats. It is not the greatest assassin theme, in my opinion, but it is almost in that triple S category. It's almost there. Because this is peak XX, man. This is an XX track to be an XX track, and I love it. Fucking phenomenal song, and I hated these characters when I first started playing Guilty Gear because they were all good and they all beat the shit out of me. But Existence is a banger, no questions asked. Here's an interesting Korean track. Faith Shall Save Thee, Soul vs. Kai, unique Korean track. Very funky opening. Good guitar riffs. This song resonates with me very, very hard. And I'm going to tell you why. Because this could have been ripped directly from the Twooey soundtrack. Tell me I'm fucking wrong. Tell me this is not a Twooey track. And that alone makes it good. Like, that alone makes it good. This is the battle theme. This is so if you do Soul vs. Kai in the Korean Reload version, this is the default song that plays. I don't think this is up there with their best themes, but it's still real good. It's still real good. So I'm gonna put it at the bottom of double S. Cause I just, man, this goes. Super good song. Like this one a lot. Another one of the most iconic of all time. Easily. Fucking Fatal Duel. Oh. Absolutely iconic track. One of the greats. This is a fucking mirror match song. This is the fucking mirror match song from Guilty Gear X, man. This song is so good. Oh, God, man, this... A lot of people don't know about Guilty Gear X all that much, and in fairness, Guilty Gear X was a busted as fuck game. It was not a good competitive game. But the shit, that the groundwork that was laid by Guilty Gear X for what would become Air Dash fighters, like, you cannot overstate it, man. You absolutely can't overstate what that was. And one of the things that truly got Guilty Gear X noticed was its soundtrack, and this is directly responsible for that. Fatal Duel is an all-timer. Just absolutely all-timer. I have to put this in Triple S. It's too important. It is too important of a track to not put in Triple S. Like, absolutely one of the GOATs. Incredible song. Absolutely incredible song. Fatal Duel is great. This is for a fucking mirror match, man. Like, I need you to think about that. They went out of their way to write this for mirror matches. It's... Oh, goddamn. Fucking great. What a song. What a song. Oh, baby. Also iconic. The original Midnight Carnival opening title theme. It's short, it's sweet, it has a very, very short intro of all the characters in anime form. And it I don't know. I don't know what else I can say other than this is Guilty Gear as fuck right here. Like, heavy progression solos. Let it shred. Absolutely describes what you're getting into in 1 minute. It tells you everything you need to know about what Guilty Gear is. High double S. Fucking iconic song. Like, I watched that title screen so many times, you have no idea. Oh, buddy. And now... Man, why does this character get such bangers? Why does this character get such bangers? For being one of the biggest war crimes in the entire series. Every time, man. Every time Zato's theme is good. It's never been bad. It's never been bad. Even his Strive theme. I know I'm not going to talk about Strive. His Strive theme is one of my favorites of that whole soundtrack. Like, this is a character theme. This is what's up. Like, just the subtle, kind of eerie horror sound of the piano going over the riff to let you know that it's like, this is a character you don't fuck with. This is not a character you should be fucking with. And the game even goes out of its way to tell you that. In the story, Zato is one of the very, very few characters with above an S risk rating in the story. He is considered one of the single most dangerous characters in the lore during this point of the story. And there's a fucking reason for that. And this song highlights it to the T. I'm torn on if this belongs in Triple S or not. I'm very torn on that. I think I'm gonna stick it here for now. It's on the edge. Yeah, they're fucking Reload Eddie's what they let him go ham. He goes fucking ham in that game. It's wild. Yeah. Tell Koyasu to fucking overdo it, and that man's will overdo it. No problem, no questions asked. Like, iconic theme. Incredible. Just Again, I'm going to say this so many more times before we're done here, but Guilty Gear as fuck right here. I need to run ads again, so I'm just going to... Here, I'll just back it up like 1 or 2 songs. We can listen to that, we'll do again. So let me take a short break, use the restroom, refill my water, and then we will be back for more. So I'll be back in a few minutes. Alrighty. Thanks for waiting, everybody. Much appreciated. Okay. Oh, ad has like 2 more seconds. There we go. Okay, cool. Be back. Alright, so. Well. I guess it's that time. I guess it is. It is actually that time. There's part of me that wants to be objective and rate this song for what it is and what it represents as the character. But fuck you, this is my list. There are 2 songs that I will choose in Plus R when I am actually locking in and I intend to play at my best. And this is one of them, obviously. But I am going to try and justify my position anyway. Because I think this song is fucking fabulous. Like, this is just like classic progressive rock. With great fucking chord work. It's catchy, it gets you hype. It fits Anji so goddamn well. Like, I have all my misgivings about Strive Anji, and we don't need to bring negativity into this world. But one of the things that disappointed me the most was that his song, before I heard the vocals, was easily the coolest track they debuted for any of the character trailers for Strive. It went hard. It was so good. And then as soon as I heard the vocals to Rock Parade, I instantly started disliking it. It took away from the song immediately for me. And even as an instrumental, it wasn't beating this. I think Fuga is an all-time. I love this song. I love this character. I cannot be objective about this character, and it would be a fucking disservice to all of you for me to lie through my teeth and try to do it anyway. And even if I was going to be completely objective and not be the Anji fanboy that I am, it would still go in double S, because the song is that good. Excellent Guilty Gear track. Excellent. Fucking, I love this track. You know why I love it. Let's move on. Oh, we're just gonna run banger after banger now. Order Soul's theme. Get down to business. I'm even gonna turn this one up. Do I need to tell you anymore? One of the best in the game. One of the best in the series. This song fucks unreasonably hard. This is peak Guilty Gear. This is Guilty Gear music. And you get to hear it with Daisuke going absolutely ham on the voice work for Order Soul. And then the chanting just, this is what mints it, man. This is what mints it. Absolutely god tier Guilty Gear song. Well, one of the best ever made. And I hate fighting this character. I hate fighting fucking Order Soul. That fight is rough. At least in Plus R. But this song's too good, man. One of the greats. One of the all-time greats. Absolutely amazing song. Okay, well. May's Korean theme. It's just Korean Blue Water, Blue Sky. It's literally just Korean Blue Water, Blue Sky. It has the same style, the same kind of riff. It's a little bit faster than Blue Water, Blue Sky. This is some Mega Man X5 shit. Yes, this absolutely sounds like some Mega Man X shit. I agree. Super catchy. It works. It's high BPM. It works fine as a battle theme. And I'm going to make a bunch of people mad by putting these next to each other. So that's where it's going. It is a super inoffensive Korean track. Like, fits the character, does its job. Moving on. Zappa, Good Manners and Customs. Another fucking killer title track, by the way. Like, that's just a great title track. But aside from being a sick title, man. Character themes that do their job. This one right here, bucko. You cannot think of Zappa without thinking of this song if you played this game for any length of time. You just can't. Oh, God. XX character themes are so good, man. They're so fucking good. The literal most chaotic character in the whole fucking game, and They nailed it. They hit the track exactly where it needed to be. Excellent, excellent character. Love Zappa's character. Super good. High double S, easy. Ordering these within their tiers is going to be impossible, by the way. No shot. No shot I can do this. But we're going to play pretend. But, yeah, great. Zappa's great. No notes. The first iteration of dandyism. You put a saxophone in a fighting game, like, it's great. Also, haven't you guide eyes in your head? Another fucking killer. The X character theme titles are just, mwah. They're so good, man. I've heard this song so many times. I've heard this song so many times. It's Slayer. Like, it's just Slayer, man. And it's hilarious because Slayer is literally one of the single most direct rock references in Guilty Gear. It's just the name of a metal band. And yet they made a smooth jazz rock song, like hybrid, and it goes unreasonably hard. It's great. Can I put this above Zato's theme? Objectively, it probably goes here. For me, it probably goes here. But it's so unique. Yeah, I'll put it in bottom triple S. It's too unique and iconic. It fits the character literally perfect. I don't know, man. All-timer fighting game theme. It's incredible. Yep. Fucking absolutely incredible. The OG. One of the oldest songs in Guilty Gear history. Holy Orders was Kai's theme in Guilty Gear. In Guilty Gear. The original. This has been there since the game existed. I don't think we really need to have a discussion here. I really don't think we do. It's, if you know, you know. The Sound Alive versions of these fuck so hard. It's the Sound Alive version of Holy Order. Okay, here, for anyone who is watching this in the future and wants to debate Holy Orders being in Triple S, I'm going to tell you this right now. The Sound Alive album, played by the band, by Dice Day's band, plays basically every single song from X on the entire track. There is one song that is played twice. That is the encore. Guess which song it is? Yeah, there you go. You don't have an argument for this not being in Triple S. Fight. Ta-da! We did it. Unfortunately, we also have to acknowledge that this exists. Yep, this, man, you want to talk about the vice to virtue? Wait till we get to Korean Robo. I'll just say that. Wait till we get to Korean Robo. But we're just going to go ahead and move on because this is what it is. And Robo-Kai wins. Oh, yeah. Okay, we're back to Korean hits, baby. Testament's Korean theme. This goes so hard. This goes so hard. If you only knew Strive Testament, this would feel completely out of place. 100% out of left field. This makes no sense. Why is this character's theme? If you started with XX, you get it. You absolutely get it. And we haven't even gotten it going yet. Bro, this is a Castlevania song post-symphony. Like, tell me I'm wrong. Song's so good. This song, the Korean soundtrack is the biggest peaks and valleys you can get. And then this, fucking sick melody. Awesome track. Awesome track. I can't put it in Triple S. It's not quite there. But it's definitely up here in SS. This is a great character theme. Did Testament all kinds of judgment with this one. Fucking bravo, Korean composer. Fucking love this track. Absolutely killer. So fucking good. Keeper of... Keeping Gates, not Keeper of the... I can't read. ABA. I keep highlighting how certain characters need chaotic themes, but boy howdy do we need a chaotic theme, because we're talking about ABA. And yep, they did it. They fucking... Yes, sir. Good song. Fits ABA perfectly. It's kind of grimy. It's a little out there. The melody almost has dissonance to it, which is perfect for the character. Like, I've said this a lot today. This is Guilty Gear as fuck right here. And as you all know, there's a lot of things I don't like about ABA. But her song is not one of those things. Her song does work. Very, very good track. Here's another oddball Korean one. Keeper of the Unknown, which is a great fucking title name. But this is Venom's Korean theme. This somehow works, even though it kind of shouldn't. But I think it does because it feels very in line with Venom's other themes. Sounds like boss music. I agree. It sounds like an RPG boss, which would fit. He is the leader of the Assassin's Guild at this point. So this is stone cold. I like this one a lot. I don't think it's up there with the elite Korean tracks. But it's very in line with Venom's other songs, and I think it represents him well enough. So I think I'm gonna shove this at the top of S for now, because it is a little generic and repetitive. I will say that it has some here you get to a little bit of variance, and I like the weird like reverse record scratch like synth in the background. There's a lot of cool stuff going on in this song. But it is just just enough off kilter that I don't think it's up there with the truly like banger Korean songs. But still very good. I like Keeper of the Unknown a lot. Very, very solid work. Oh, fucking buddy. Oh, fucking buddy. So you remember when I said there are exactly 2 songs I will pick in Plus R when I'm locking in and I'm like, no, I'm not fucking losing today? Turn this shit up. in my top 5 Guilty Gear tracks of all time. This song is just fucking incredible. This is probably my favorite XX track. So good. So fucking good, dude. And it's for a fight you never see. You never see it. Do you know how rarely you see fucking Haas versus Kai in the XX series? Fucking never, man. You never get to hear this song. And that is a crime. This song is everything I love about Guilty Gear in one song. It's fucking incredible. Like, listen to this opening. It opens with fucking strings. Like, This is, I will die on this hill. This is one of the very few ones, like, somebody's like, you're crazy, that's not that good of a song. I'm like, nope. My feet are dug in, my ankles are glued to the fucking ground, like, you will not budge me off this hill. I am dying here, and you cannot stop me. You Keep the Flag Flying is one of the best Guilty Gear songs ever made, and it's never gonna change. No shot. And now to a much less impressive Soul version, despite being an incredibly iconic song. I'm going to be brief with this one. This goes in double S because it's an iconic Guilty Gear track. It's very good. It fits Soul Bad Guy perfectly. I also think in terms of Guilty Gear music, it's kind of generic. I like this song. I have no complaints about it whatsoever. But they're like, when the music quality is so fucking high throughout the series, this one just kind of exists and everybody knows it because Soul's the main character. You're gonna learn the main character's theme. The same way everybody knows Ryu and Guile's theme from Street Fighter 2, man. Like, they're just, they live on in infamy. You can't stop them. Keep Yourself Alive does its job. Like, that's really all I can say. It does its job. It represents Soul. Not really anything else to say. This one's loud. So this is another weird one. This is Labyrinth of Souls, which is the opening for Korean Reload. Great opening track. This fits the fucking animation for the Reload opening excellently. Super good. Really good opening. Fits the game perfectly. Shoving it in double S, no notes. Like, again, Korean composer, fucking bravo. That's great. Yes, they are very much into the progression on the Korean OST. 100%. 100% they're into it. You are noticing it, and you will continue noticing it. The accent core opening. I have my issues with accent core. I do. But the opening is not one of them. The part that I remember the most is right here. This for where the opening flashes between Order Soul and Kai and regular Soul. It looks so good. Looks so good. This is a song that I don't think you could appreciate without watching the opening of Accent Core alongside it. I think it really does need that. Otherwise, it just kind of sounds like heavy metal opening title song. But it does its job very well. Throwing it in double S. With the animation, it's incredible. Without it, still a great opening title track. So, again, no notes. Oh, buddy. Me old Johnny. Liquor bar and drunkard. Where do we put liquor bar and drunkard? This is a great Guilty Gear track. This is one of those that, like, it doesn't go as hard as a lot of the tracks. It's definitely a song that fades into the background when you're playing a match, but it does it in the right way. That's not a negative. But this is just incredibly XX. This has a lot of similarities with Eno's XX theme. It just works. Like, it just works. It's just, it fits Johnny well. Kind of iconic. It's up there. I actually think this is better than Keep Yourself Alive, so I'm going to put it above it. I think that fits. Don't have a lot else to say on Johnny's track. It's an iconic XX track, and it fits the character, and it like T5 said, it's just Guilty Gear, man. It sounds like XX. So, yeah, not much to say. Another one in the same, again, like, this is just XX music. Axel's theme, Make Yourself. Like, Johnny, Axel, Eno, like, these are the quintessential, like, bass line for XX songs. Long, like, slightly progressive riffs that have a classic rock tinge to them. And they all do their job wonderfully. I'm not going to have a lot to say about these because they kind of just do their thing. But they do them well. Where would I put you? Not above Testament. Probably about right there, actually, for Axel's. I don't think Axel's is as iconic as Johnny's. I'll put it that way. But it does its job, as it should, so. Oh, buddy. Hang on, I'll turn this one up. This one deserves it. Meet Again. Justice's theme. Incredible track, man. Incredible track. Fucking beautiful scale progression. I hate this character. I fucking loathe this character with every fiber of my being. She is the biggest single mistake in Plus R by a country mile and a half, and I'm saying that about a game that has Cliff fucking Anderson in it. But this song is Guilty Gear. This is Guilty Gear. This has been Justice's theme since the original game. That opening with the chanting and the monk-like chorus is just all-timer Guilty Gear song. It's one of the greats. Like, the only good thing about having to fight Justice is that you'll probably get to hear this song and you'll get to play on her stage, because her stage is fucking great and this song is fucking great. Like, what else do I need to say? One of the bangers. One of the bangers of all time. Quintessential Guilty Gear music. Series cannot exist without this. Honest to God. Alright. So, much like how I talked about Engage having to live up to Burly Heart's theme, and definitely not getting there, Megatona Furioso also has this problem, but it does a way better job of trying to at least stand in the same hemisphere as Burly Heart. I think this fits Potemkin wonderfully. Like, if Burly Heart doesn't exist, I could have, this could be Potemkin's theme for me, easily. Without question. Works super well. Some nice, just intermittent, hard down strums on the riff, like, super good song. I really like this song. And I'm probably going to put it probably about down here. Because I think this song is good, but again, it is stuck living in the shadow of one of the greatest Guilty Gear songs ever made. So it doesn't get a fair shake, unfortunately. But it's still good. Still a very good song. Fits Potemkin well. Definitely one of the better Korean songs in my opinion. Really big fan. Oh, buddy. So I talked about how, you know, Jam's theme are like, yo, this character's Chinese. I mean, it doesn't get more, yo, this character is Japanese than Momentary Life. Man. This is XX. Way up there. Way up there. This definitely fell down some for me because Rokomon exists. I think Rokomon shits all over this song in terms of Baiken's themes. And it's not close. And I say that with praising Rokomon more than talking shit on Momentary Life. Because Momentary Life is quintessential Guilty Gear. Super good song. She started as a hidden character in Missing Link. No, she is a secret boss in Guilty Gear 1. Baiken is in the original Guilty Gear. You can unlock her to play her if you can beat her as a boss. So, Momentary Life is very good. Very good. It's not in that same iconic level, but it's a great track. Double S is going to be so fucking big by the time we're done here. Jesus Christ. But this is another great. Momentary Life is very good. Fits Baiken well. Nothing really to say. It does its job, man. Oh, buddy. This is, turn this shit up. Turn this shit up. If you haven't watched the Guilty Gear X 3-minute anime that they made for the game, you will never understand how important this song is. You just won't. This is Guilty Gear, man. This is absolute Guilty Gear. The what? I'll link it in Discord when I'm done. But it was a bonus thing on the console release of Double X. But there's an anime, a brief 2-minute anime with horrendous dubbing. But this is one of the main songs it plays. No Mercy's incredible. This is one of the Guilty Gear songs of all time. Unquestionably one of the Guilty Gear songs of all time. I think right behind Burly Heart. I think that's where it belongs. It's one of the Guilty Gear songs to ever do it, man. This little synth riff in the background. Just fucking incredible, man. Like, peak Guilty Gear. Absolute peak Guilty Gear. No Mercy. Nothing more to say. It's one of the greats. One of the absolute greats. Oh, damn. Man, the ends really do just be bringing the bangers, huh? Also, iconic Guilty Gear song. Noontide is amazing. For those of you who don't know, I've told this story on stream more than once, but this is the song that I had play at my wedding reception when I took the garter off my wife. And it fucking ruled. It was great. I love Noontide. This is, again, this is quintessential Guilty Gear to me. And if you didn't start with the XX series, it won't feel like that. But if you started in XX, this is an all-timer. Probably the very bottom of Triple S. Probably the very, very bottom of Triple S. But it belongs in that tier. Reason it's so early in the OST listing? Absolutely. Absolutely. Like, you can just hear how much effort Daisuke and the music team put into this one. They wanted this track to be special. Because it was the new, you know, XX was where they were really trying to turn the game into a more competitive thing. Something that would be played at tournaments. And they wanted the main character matchup theme to go hard. And by God, they did it. They absolutely did it. Absolutely no complaints. Noontide's amazing. Love this song. Way, way up there. Nothing out of the ordinary. The XX mirror match theme. I've heard this intro so many times. Holy shit. I think this is a super good XX track that does its job. But I don't think it's up there with the other mirror themes. And I wouldn't even put it above many of the character themes. It's good. Like, probably around here, I think. It is fighting some brutal competition. Putting this up against Fatal Duel is just blatantly unfair. Like, that is wrong. You're just not gonna match those. But it's still a great mirror track. It's got that Guilty Gear XX sound feel. Represents the game fine. So top of S, bottom of double S, I think works well for it. Alright, here's a funky one. This is the menu theme for Korean Reload. Literally just called options. This is fine. It doesn't make me think Guilty Gear, but it's a perfectly fine menu theme. It goes somewhere in S. Sure. It really is Daytona. Holy shit. It absolutely is Daytona. Okay. Oh, we're about to get important here. Pillars of the Underworld. Remember what I said, Kai never gets bad fiends? This song fucks. This song fucks. And it's not even the best version of the song. This song got used as the trailer music for one of the Evo DVDs. Do you understand the gravity of what I just said? Are you hearing what I'm telling you about how important this song is? And 99% of Guilty Gear players have never fucking heard it. which is an absolute crime. Triple S, fuck, this song rips so unreasonably hard. This song by itself justifies the Korean soundtrack. No joke. It was used as the trailer for... So back in the day, DPS, they would produce full-scale, like, DVDs of tournament footage from EVO. Back when capturing was much more involved. You know, we didn't have OBS, we didn't have any of that shit. It was all old-school capture cards. But this was the trailer for, I think, 2005's or 2004's DVD set. Was Pillars of the Underworld. Unbelievably important, iconic song, and we're not even done talking about it on this tier list. You'll see. You're gonna have to wait, but trust me. All right. Pride and Glory. Clifford fucking Anderson. So, back when I was going to Omaha all the time to play Guilty Gear, because that's what I had to do. I had to leave my fucking state to do so. As soon as the homie David unlocked Cliff and this stage, we played on this stage all the fucking time. And this is back before you could select the music track. You just got the stage track or a character track. So I heard this song a lot. And honestly, hell yeah. Fucking great XX song. It's got the heavy metal side to it, but then it's got this weird synthy, kind of upbeat, almost bluesy ragtime. That's perfect. Ragtime is actually, yes. Yep, that fits. It literally it's the old man saying, play the entertainer on that piano. Like, and like somehow it all works. Somehow it all works. I don't know how, but it do. It's not a truly iconic Guilty Gear song because, well, how can you be an iconic Guilty Gear song when you were only truly playable in one game until, 20 years later? But it works. Absolutely works. It's not Justice's theme by any stretch of the imagination, but this one works, and it's a perfectly viable battle theme, even though it doesn't sound like it should be. So, one of the most interesting tracks, all things told, on the XX series, in my opinion. It's truly an outlier, but in a good way. All right, Amelia Eddy Korean Reload. This one's a miss. I'm gonna be upfront with you all. This does not live up to the lineage of an Assassin track. It is not bad, but this does not hold water with the greats. It just doesn't. Takes a little while to get going, and when it does get going, it's just fine. Like, this also sounds like it could be fucking arcade racing music. You know what I mean? Like, it's okay. Actually, yeah, considering who this is and what this represents, I can't even put it in S. It is a decidedly mad track on the Korean soundtrack. It has its moments. This little riff change is solid. Like, it does get going here, I'll give it that. It's got the synth bloops in the background, which I love. I vibe with that, but this one is just, it's alright. It's alright. But this is not standout. Nobody who talks about the Korean soundtrack talks about Red Crossroads. It never comes up. This part's cool. Like, this sync with the very heavy downstroke metal riff. Like, this is probably the best part of the song, if I'm being real. Like, it's cool, but it's not Guilty Gear all that much, and it's definitely not Assassins. So, yeah, we'll leave it and call it good. So this is the character select screen for Korean Reload. And it's not DOA. It's definitely not DOA, but it's pretty good. It does a reasonable facsimile of doing its own thing in replacing DOA, but DOA is just, I don't know, man. DOA and the XX or the XRD character select screens are real strong, and it's hard. It's hard to match those. This goes somewhere mid-S. It works, but again, it's fighting some heavy hitters, and it just doesn't quite get there. This ain't it. This ain't it. Again, we're talking about Noontide and other iconic songs for this matchup. This one walked into the wrong part of town. It does not hang. This does not hang with the big boys. Not even close. It's just way too generic. Not hard enough. I don't know. This is a miss. This one's a big ol' miss. It's a perfectly fine song. Like, there's nothing wrong with its sound. But as a Guilty Gear track, and especially for the main character versus track, not doing it. Not doing it for me. Can't not hear Van Halen? Yep. You know what? Fucking spot on, Fearless Decoy. That is exceedingly accurate. Yep. Yeah, 10 out of good. No notes on that one. Nicely done. Let's move on to better things. This is a weird one. So, Ricochet. Biken's Korean theme. Just give this one a second. I actually think this one goes pretty fucking hard. I like Ricochet a lot. I like Ricochet a lot. They have this weird thing where Biken always gets like high energy driving music. But this is one of those, like, this is an earworm. It's super chaotic for, like, no goddamn reason. But it's not Momentary Life, but it is a solid attempt at following up that lineage. Easy double S for me. Ricochet is a good one. It's a good one. Big fan of Ricochet. All right, up next. Man. All right. So, this one is weird. This one is so weird. I'm just going to let it play for a little bit and let you all make your own judgment. The synth in the background that they like to do for this soundtrack, which I like. I actually like this song. I think it's really cool, and in a very off-kilter way, I think it fits Anji in a very weird way. But it's just not Fuga, and it's hard to explain why I think it fits Anji. And I don't know if it just is because it's his theme and that's the only thing I can associate it with. But you would never catch me replacing the original theme with the Korean one on this one. It's still a good song and it's got unique composition, but it's definitely not up there. It being my character's theme does not save it. I'll say that much. It's okay. Like I said, it's weird. This is one of the weirder... I think this might be the weirdest character theme in the Korean version. Because when I first heard this, I assumed this was like... Zato or Zappa or... I actually thought this was Faust at one point. I think this actually fits Faust better than Faust's own Korean track. But weird one. Definitely a weird outlier. So. Alright. So. This is Rogue Hunters, which is the Korean assassin theme. And again, this is an assassin track, which means it got big shoes to fill. Real big shoes to fill. And it does an admirable job. It's got that double bass kick that I'm a big fan of. That to me is a rock staple. Like, I love me some fucking double kick bass. But it's also just way too generic for an assassin theme. It's like, it's fine. It goes some places and does some things, but you're just like, when you're going up against some of the most iconic tracks in the whole series, you're gonna have to do better than that. Is basically what it boils down to. So we're gonna put it there and call it good. This one. This is one of those that I think actually kind of sort of punches with its original counterpart. This is Zappa's Korean theme. It takes a minute. And Good Manners and Customs also takes a minute, so. Zappa, chaotic, possessed, literally going insane. Very chaotic, very trippy song that sounds... I'm gonna be real. This sounds like it could have been ripped directly out of a Persona boss theme. Which is a positive, if you're talking from my perspective, by the way. I think this is a really, really good attempt at taking an original shot at one of the characters' themes, but making it your own. I like this a lot. I think it has the horror aesthetic. Zappa is the horror character. I mean, he's literally the fucking Ring. Like, he is the Ring. That is his fucking possessed demon. Like, I like this song a lot. I think this actually punches with a lot of the other good character themes. Somewhere around here. I like Zappa's Korean theme a lot. Very, very good. Big fan. All right. Shadow Festival. XX Eno. Remember when we talked about Johnny, Axel, Eno all being Guilty Gear XX songs? This is XX as fuck right here. It fits the character marvelously. Just iconic XX song. Super good. Goes in with the rest of them. Like, it's a double S song. I don't think it is a song that is the first thing you think of when you think of Guilty Gear music, but it's going to get brought up at least in fairly short order if a conversation's going on. So, okay. Just another good XX character theme. Does its job. Doesn't go too far outside the spectrum. No notes, really. Okay. All right. So I know I had my take about Blue Water, Blue Sky and how that, if anything was going to get me crucified, it's going to be that one. This might be what actually gets me crucified because I'm going to be real with you. This shits on Keep Yourself Alive. And I'm dead serious. I am not joking when I say that. I think this farts all over Keep Yourself Alive. So many of you have never heard this song, so I'm just going to let it do its thing for a little bit and let you make your own judgment. This one takes a bit. Keep Yourself Alive also takes a bit, but just trust me on this one. Let it build. Add in the tom. Love me a good tom background drone. It's gonna get going. This part fucking rips. I love Star Chaser, man. I fucking love this track. I wish this was Soul's character theme. I wish this would have stuck. Unquestionably, I wish this would have stuck. It's great. It's one of the better Korean tracks, easily. Star Chaser is so good. I'm so sad this is not what stuck, because Keep Yourself Alive is just, like Cliff said, it is the white bread of Guilty Gear music. It really is. But Star Chaser is, fucking awesome character theme. Big fan. Hey, guess whose theme this is? Every fucking time this character gets a theme written, it's just, it has to start out with the most big neon sign telling you it's Chinese, man. Like, they just keep doing it. I'm just like, this is borderline getting like into casual racism here, man. Like, come on. I also think this song sucks. Not sucks, it's not a bad song, but just like, other than being ostensibly Chinese, this is just so awkward and so weird, and I'm sick of hearing it already. It's almost Birthday Train, man. It's almost there. It's so bad. This sucks. It's just, no offense to the Korean guys, like, they put effort in all this, but let's move on. Oh, baby. Let's fucking go. What do you want me to say about Still in Dark? I'm asking you honestly. What do you want me to say about Still in Dark? There's no suspense here. None. The most iconic character versus character theme in Guilty Gear history. Hands down. This song is, this is Guilty Gear. This is, if you could encompass Guilty Gear into a single track, this is one of the very few you would pick. Oh my god, what a fucking incredible song. And just like fucking for the matchup for Zato versus Milia, and it's just called Still in the Dark. Oh. That absolute peak Guilty Gear music. Going ham on that kick bass, motherfucker. And then into fucking... Oh. Some fucking Carlos Santana-esque interlude. Like... Honestly, this needs to be here. This needs to be at the top for now. And it probably ends up staying. This is... If you were to ask me the true quintessential Guilty Gear song, it is Still in the Dark. This... I don't know what else I can say, man. Just... absolute peak perfection. Would just cannot do it better than Still in the Dark. Fucking incredible song. I really should have made this the very last song, but... it'll be okay. There's still bangers left. Believe me. Believe me. But there's a good chance that that one is not being overtaken. Suck a Sage. Good old Chip. Another incredible iconic Apex character theme. And easily Chip's best theme. Easily. Like, oh, great track. Great track. Love it. Love Suck a Sage. It's so good. It's so fucking good, man. I think it belongs right around here with the knocking on the door of being the all-timers in Guilty Gear history, but just not quite there. But this is incredible song. Incredible song. Suck a Sage rules. And I hate fighting this character. So, but yep, well, one of the good ones. One of the good ones. No, not much else to say. So, Chip's theme is banger. All right, now. Okay, this is a Korean theme. Before I scroll down here and reveal who it is, I'm going to play like 10 more seconds of this, and I want you to guess whose theme this is. If you know it, please don't say it. Tell me what you think. Whose Korean theme is this? This song fucks, by the way. I'm a big fan of this song. Robokai? Nope. Venom? Nope. This one only gets harder, by the way. Justice? Nope. I like how nobody's even trying to guess because I don't think you're gonna get it. This is Faust. It's about to kick up again here, too. This theme rips. This theme absolutely fucking rips, man. I have a big shit-eating grin on my face. I love this song. It somehow fits. It somehow fits. Like, this is so out there, but it fucking works. Didn't realize Faust is a bucket hand fan. You know what, DPS? I never would have thought of that comparison ever on my own, but goddamn, you're right. Like, goddamn, you're right. This is very Buckethead. Sounds like a theme for Baldhead? Yes. 100% agree with that, Cliff. 100% agree. But, oh, this goes so hard, man. This theme fucking rules. That's another great example. Very Jordan-esque. Yeah, that's spot on. Yeah, no, that... Secret banger nobody knows about. Fucking Faust Korean theme. Also just called Take the Pain. Ace titling. It fucking 20 out of good titling. Like, well done. Absolutely killed it. Love it. Love it. Love it. Great song. Great song. I was not kidding when I told you the Korean soundtrack is just blatantly hit and miss. Like, there is very little in between on the Korean soundtrack. It either is a banger or it's not. Okay, so we are once again about to venture into the territory where a character theme is trying to fight literal deities with its bare hands, and it's not fair. But if you've never heard Dizzy's Korean theme, I want you to at least try and go in with an open mind, because this song is still amazing. It's just unfortunately not off-she, because, well, fucking nothing is. But hear this one out. And keep in mind, during the X and XX series, Dizzy is a very chaotic character. She does not have full control over her gear powers at all. She is literally a walking planet destroyer. Oh, shit. All right, ads. I'll pause. All right, we'll chill. I'll start this over after ads. You know what? I'll just use this as a chance to use the restroom real quick. So I'll be right back. Alrighty. Ads are almost finished up here. I will start this one from the beginning since we got interrupted. Anyway, as I was saying, this is a point in the story where you got to remember Dizzy is incredibly chaotic. She does not have control of her powers. She's dangerous as fuck. She is literally a potential walking planet destroyer by herself. So keep that in mind for this particular track. Again, I'm not going to try and tell you this is off-she. It's not. But Yeah, XRD was the first set I did. This is legit one of my favorite tracks off the Korean soundtrack. This song's great. This theme sounds sad. It is. It's very much a chaotic, but like internal struggle kind of song. I think this song fits Dizzy really well. And even more to the point, I think this song fits Necro and Undyne really well as a dichotomy with how the song goes. There's little bits of like optimism kind of sound to it. Damn, someone already finished the ultimate? That's insane. People are fucking crazy. Yeah, Cliff, definitely. This one's really good. Again, it is fighting the most unfair fight ever. But like, I like this better than Dizzy's XR theme. I like this better than a lot of XX themes, if I'm being blatantly honest. Like, this song is super good. It is one of my favorite Korean tracks. It's great. It's just a super good song. Very chaotic, very wild, like, it works. It just works. Like, it shouldn't, but it absolutely works. Time for another of my favorite Korean OSTs. The Great Empress. This is another just awesome Korean track. Love this song. This is another one of them. It takes a little bit to really get going, but once it gets going, oh. This fits right in line with the XX songs. It's using that Korean, more synth-driven kind of progression style, but it fits in with that same guitar style that the XX themes use. And we haven't even got to the coolest part of the song yet. It's about to go. Adding the extra background synth. I love this progression shit, man. This is my jam. Awesome Korean theme. Awesome Korean theme. Up there with the other greats. Like, easily up there with these. This is one of the songs I absolutely remember off the Korean track, hands down. It's fucking killer. Love it. Love this song. Incredible theme for Milia. Big fan. Big fan. If nothing else, I'm just glad I'm getting to expose more people to the Korean soundtrack and understand, like, the history of it and how it's secretly some of the best Guilty Gear music you never knew fucking existed. So that alone has made this worth it. Alright, so we have a weird spot here. This is just the Midnight Carnival, but the Korean version. This is another one, like, you're fighting against an OG. You're fighting against one of the iconic Guilty Gear songs. Not as iconic as some people think it is, at least in my opinion. But Midnight Carnival is iconic. But the Korean version, it does a pretty good job of at least throwing a couple haymakers here and there. It's not bad by any stretch. I like the muted, like minor key background. This is solid. This is just solid. Like, it is not the original Midnight Carnival, but it's far from mid either. It's far from mid. But when you're going up against this, brother, we're never going to have an era of fighting game music like this ever again, and it makes me so sad. It makes me so sad that we're never going to have an era of fighting game music like this again. For those unaware, this is Boss Eno's theme from the XX series. I'm just going to spoil this for you now. Like, it goes up here. It absolutely goes up here. It's not a question. All-timer. All-timer, iconic Guilty Gear XX track, unquestionably. One of the greats. You heard it a lot when you died. You sure did. You sure did. We're not even to the fucking, like, riff yet. Listen to that fucking kick bass go, bucko. That man's shins are gonna hurt tomorrow. Right, Cliff? Yeah, Midnight Carnival's an all-timer. I don't think I need to explain that one, but yeah, no, Boss Eno was fucked up. Megalomania is the gotcha. Like, you'll get got because you don't know how to deal with it first, but then you realize the real pain is when you leave a one-frame gap and she just TKs fucking Fortissimo, and it does 90% of your health. Fighting game boss characters, man, they are fuckered. Ah, man. More, again. I don't like this as much as his Korean version, even though this one fits better. It does fit Faust better. I think this is Faust's weakest theme. Honestly. And it's still gonna go in SS, I can tell you that right now. X version of the original is better. I would actually agree with that. I would agree with that. I de facto to all the XX versions just for simplicity's sake. But I would agree. This is one of the few where I'd like, we really need the original version of this. Can you put the X version on? Let me see if I can find it. Let me open a different page so I don't. Let's see. Original GGX. I think this is the original. Yeah. I think this fits Faust's weird quirkiness way better. This is definitely the one that I think it kind of got downgraded a tad. I do agree with T5 on that. This one just sounds cleaner and has more going on. And there's not many XX to X tracks that I feel that way about, but this is one of them. This is definitely one of them. But the original's still great. It's great Guilty Gear music. There's no question about it. It belongs in Double S. Like, extremely good. And again, it's another... It's another saxophone track. Of course I'm gonna like it, bucko. Like, you give me fighting game with saxophone, then I fucking take it happily, so. I'm gonna be real with you, I have no opinion on this one whatsoever. Because you never heard this because Cliff wasn't playable. And I don't even really know where to rank this. I really don't. Like, it's fine. It's inoffensive. It's basic. So I'm going to shove it somewhere in S and probably forget about it after that. Like, it's just a very... Yep, this is a character that's not playable. I don't know what else to tell you. All right. The versus screens. One of the most iconic riffs of all time in a versus screen. Like, I'm putting this very high in double S and you can't stop me. You cannot stop me. I could make this argument. I could do it. I absolutely could do it. But I'm going to put it near the top of double S because I think that's where it objectively probably belongs. But fucking like, this is perfect versus screen, man. It's so good. Short, sweet, to the point, tells you exactly what you're getting into. Again, I'm trying not to talk about Strive, but God, the Strive versus screen is so weak. So weak. So boring. So uninteresting. Boo hiss, so says I. But yeah. But I'll tell you this. The Korean fucking versus is also really fucking sick. And I think it goes right up next to it. Like, that's sick. That's a great versus screen. Like, I first time I heard this, I'm like, yo, this fucking rules. And it does exactly what I think the Korean soundtrack does best. It gives the same exact, like, feeling. It invokes the same thoughts and feelings of what it's doing, but it's its own thing. And that's the coolest part about the Korean soundtrack. I'm going to go slightly out of order here. You'll understand why in a minute. All right, we're almost done. We have 2 left. So, Original Milia. Another good iconic XX song. I actually like her Korean theme better. I like her Korean theme better, and most of the time when you're playing Milia, you're going to get assassin themes, and I think all of the assassin themes are better than Milia's base theme, but Writhe in Pain is still an iconic video. Guilty Gear track. Like, absolutely just, I'm throwing it in the pile somewhere in here, because that's where it belongs. It doesn't really matter. But it's another, like, yep, good, very good Guilty Gear song. Very, very, very good Guilty Gear song. Like, fits Milia almost perfectly. That little bit of, like, nobility, highborn kind of feel to it, you know? And then a very, like, good melodic progressive riff that fits the character. Great song. You just don't get bad assassin themes. You really don't. They all get spoiled, and with good reason. Like, Writhe in Pain is something I would introduce. That's fair. That's fair. I think this is a perfectly fine track to introduce people to Guilty Gear music. It definitely fits. This is decidedly Guilty Gear XX music. Unquestionably. Alright, so. We have 1 track left. So you remember like an hour and 20 minutes ago when I introduced you all to Pillars of the Underworld? And you're all like, holy shit, this is incredible. You remember 4 hours ago when I told you about how industrial music is my bread and butter? Remember how Robo-Kai in the, original game just gets a fucking off-key, bad-sounding version of Holy Orders? I'm about to introduce you to what is unequivocally one of my top 5 Guilty Gear tracks of all time. With one of the coolest names ever. Listen to that KMFDM ass guitar going on to this shit. This shit rips. Wait for the industrial part here. This song fucking rules. There's an interlude coming up that sounds like it was ripped straight from a fucking Nine Inch Nails album. Not even kidding. That fucking metal clang. Ugh. Not even kidding. Not even kidding. Just an absolute fucking banger for Robo-Kai. Fucking Robo-Kai. So good. It's so good, dude. I love that song so much. It's the background music for the plus our Anji B&B combo video I did. And the in note happens exactly when an on sound effect hits as I grab Testament. It's great. Fucking edited it perfectly. Made me so fucking happy. But like, I mean, just fucking listen to this opening again. Are you kidding me? Like... fucking sickest opening to a Guilty Gear song you can ask for. Like, you took an already absolute banger track and then you turned it into an electro-industrial track. You literally shot me in the heart. Like, you can't hit it any closer to home than that for me. Vortex Infinitum is just... If I could transplant one single song, if I was allowed to transplant one single song into the normal Guilty Gear lexicon, it's this one. Unquestionably, it's this one. Just fucking... This is the reason the Korean soundtrack was important. Because we got Vortex Infinitum. The rest of the fucking tracks could have been someone ass blasting into a kazoo. For all I care. As long as we get this, absolutely worth it. Like, one of the greatest Guilty Gear songs ever made. And again, 99% of people who played the series have no fucking idea it exists. Never heard it. No clue what it is. And man, Korean soundtrack is... The best thing to do with the Korean soundtrack is to grab all the bangers and just make a playlist of them and then pretend all the weird outlier stuff doesn't exist. And then you have a banger of a fucking set to listen to. Honestly, whenever I get back to playing Plus R, I'm probably gonna rotate out a few of the songs with the Korean versions just because I can. But yeah, I was so excited to talk about this and some of the other like Korean songs. Like I was very excited to share these with people who've never gotten to hear these because they're so iconic. The good ones just go so hard. All right, so let's review here. Get that back in frame because fucking different size pictures. But let's go over things here and see if I feel strongly on moving anything around. I think Still in the Dark. I think I'll leave that. Still in the Dark is not my favorite Guilty Gear song. I don't even know if I would put it in my personal top 5 of songs that hit me just right. But in terms of what it is, what it represents, and for being the, like, if you can distill Guilty Gear down into a drip feed, it would be Still in the Dark. Like, I don't know how else to say it. Just one of the single most iconic songs to ever do it. It summarizes the series so perfectly. I think it belongs as the top of Triple S. If there was Triple S Plus, it would go in that tier. Like, it's that good. Avshi, we talked about. Now you all know Vortex Infinitum, and you understand just how hard it fucks. So, yep. Keep the Flag Flying is always going to be in my top 5. Rokamon's probably always going to be in my top 5. Fuga, obviously. This is a bias. If there's anyone that someone is going to take umbrage with in Triple S, it is going to be Fuga, and I totally get it. I would absolutely understand someone being uppity about this, but it's my list. I get to do what I want. Suck it. Burly Heart, again, iconic. No Mercy, absolutely iconic. Heavy Day, greatest fighting game trailer reveal of all time. It's not even a discussion. XRD was the greatest fighting game reveal to ever do it. Like, and Heavy Day is a huge part of that. Just massive. Midnight Carnival, Break a Spell, iconic. When Life Comes, also iconic. Magnolia Claire is one of the best XRD songs easily. Get Down to Business is just incredible. Like, Get Down to Business is one of those XX tracks that got the extra bit of care. And it shows. Dementia, again, like, it's showing that the Korean soundtrack can punch, bucko. The good ones are incredible. They go. Six Black Heaven Guns, yep. Stoltz, again, one of the best character themes. Pillars of the Underworld. Fatal Duel probably needs to be higher. It definitely needs to be higher than some of these XRD songs. It probably goes right next to No Mercy, I think. This is too important of a song. Way too important of a song. Pillars of the Underworld, which is just Diet Vortex Infinitum, which is, Diet Incredible. So, just fine. Holy Orders, same thing, iconic. Slayer song, iconic. Meet Again. Yeah, I'm very content with this. I don't think I would put anything else in Triple S. I think Noontide is like the perfect cutoff for me. Because again, it's not just like how good is the song, although that is obviously the main determining factor. But it's how well does it represent Guilty Gear at its whole and what it is. And is it a song that makes you think of Guilty Gear? And I think Noontide is probably the cutoff for that. Let's see. What do I actually want at the top of Triple S? That's a little bit harder. That's actually a lot harder, if I'm being real. Triple S is just... all these songs can be interchanged. I could sit here and go back and forth on these all fucking day. Because all of these deserve to be up here. If I have to slam one as the absolute tippity top of double S... man. Probably Suck a Sage. And Ride the Fire, like, right alongside it. I thought about doing Isuka music, but I also there's only a couple tracks that I'm really familiar with. I will play my favorite Isuka track real quick. Let me go find it. This is easily my favorite one. Whoops. And it has an incredible name. Sheep will sleep if you become fatigued. This is not setting you up for what this song is at all, by the way. Just wait. This song rips so fucking hard. Love this riff. It's so good. It's so fucking good, man. This, I would probably fight to put this in Triple S, I'm not gonna lie. This feels like an XX track that was meant for some kind of special verses that they never got to put in the OST. But this is just fucking incredible. Love this song. Let me see. I talked about the Sound Alive stuff. I gotta at least try to find Offshi and there's a couple of these you guys should at least hear a little bit of, because oh my god. Let's see. Let me find the important ones here. Yeah, just listen to this opening of Offshi. This is probably going to get muted, but fucking worth it. I don't care. Like, I'll talk a little bit so no one can copyright strike me, but I don't even know if they would. But, oh my god, this is such a cool intro to Offshi. I cannot tell you. Also, thank you for this, Corey. Thanks for stopping in. I cannot tell you the things I would do to have been able to see Sound Alive in person. Like, oh my god, I would have lost my goddamn mind. If you've never listened to the Sound Alive album, the playlist is on YouTube. Just go do yourself a favor. I promise you will not be disappointed. so sick. I would have lost my goddamn marbles if I heard that in person. Like, it's so good. The Sound Alive tracks are... let me find the one with the Holy Orders opening. Like, they slow it down and give it this really grimy sound. So good. This fucking is. It's sick cool, man. I fucking love Guilty Gear music so much. I just love music. Music is literally one of my favorite things to talk about with anyone. I love learning about music from other people. And it's one of those things, like, I know people will get all uppity and heated about music, and it's like, bro, music is just beautiful. Like, and it's the most subjective thing you could ever talk about. What is the most important song in your life might sound like utter garbage to someone else, because that's the beauty of music. Like, people have different sound tastes, and it's great. I can talk about music till I'm blue in the fucking face, and I kind of sort of have, but don't worry about that. But yeah, the Sound Alive playlist, absolutely fucking lock that thing on your YouTube. It's great. It's absolutely great. Such a good fucking album. All right. So, is there anything else I feel like I need to super move around here? Might be our last ultimate? Really? Why is that? Home Sweet Grave. Which song is that, Hayati? Because it wasn't on any of my OST lists. Oh, well, that's great. Home Sweet Grave's in Iska. Okay, that's why I didn't have it. Makes sense. But if it's in the Iska soundtrack, it's probably minimum a double S song. Iska soundtrack's great. It's very, very good. I just barely ever played Iska at all, so I didn't feel like I could give a fair judgment. You know, if that makes sense. Only reason I didn't do those. Okay. Let me see. I'm just double checking to see if there's anything else I feel like is egregious. I think this is good. I'm very content with this. And someone else's list would look completely different, and that's the cool part about it. But these are fun. I enjoy this. This is a good time. I like talking about shit that I have fun with, and like, I think tier lists, when you do them with unserious things that are truly subjective and not something that people will be like, no, you're wrong, when it comes to, you know, character strength and stuff like that. Like, doing actual tier lists is junk food, and this is still junk food, don't get me wrong, but that's why I'm picking fun topics that are just, you know, if someone's gonna get uppity about how I feel about music or candy, that's a them problem. That is not a problem with making tier lists. That's just, bro, not everything in life has to be serious. Stuff. Exactly. There's stuff. Enjoy stuff. Stuff can be fun. Will, thank you for the stuff. Much appreciated. But But yeah, so this was fun. I getting to talk about all these songs that people maybe haven't heard that much, or understanding why they're so important to this series that I've spent 20 plus years of my life dedicated to. Is really cool. And again, if nothing else, just getting to tell people about the Korean soundtrack is easily worth the fucking lack of voice I'm gonna have tomorrow. Put the Korean Donnie theme on so I can play the desert stage. God. I wasn't kidding, man. I said the Korean soundtrack is hit or miss. I was not kidding. But boy, when it hit, it fucking does it with the best of them. I don't know what it is about Kai. I don't know why he is the fucking chosen one. But goddamn, do they always just make sure that Kai's themes just rip every single time. He always gets bangers. Every single fucking time. Like, there's just never a bad Kaikisuke theme. They don't exist. Character is privileged as fuck, at least with music. Not so much with damage, but don't worry about that. Anyway. This was fun. This was a blast. I'm glad I got to do this. This was worth... It took... You don't want to know how long this took me to set up, by the way, because... Spoilers! There was no tier list with all the Guilty Gear music in it. I had to make this shit by hand. It took about 6 hours to make all these slides, and then order it, and then order the playlist. So... But easily worth the effort. Easily worth the effort. So, yeah, I hope you all had fun. I will be back tomorrow with SMZ3, standard issue. Internet held up fine. My upload's still not where I want it to be, but we dropped a whopping 200 frames in 4 hours. That is more than acceptable. I'm very okay with that. Keep doing the thing, Internet, please. So, but yeah, so tomorrow SMZ3 as per the norm. Tomorrow kind of be like de facto birthday stream since we had to fucking delay it over a week. Thank you, Mediacom. I hate you. But whatever. So yeah, kind of sort of de facto birthday stream tomorrow. I'll have a few sips and we'll see what terrible curses await. And then Saturday and Sunday we will begin the Merry Metal Gear series playthrough for the holidays. I grabbed the entire goddamn collection on Steam once the sale hit, so I've got everything ready. I just need to figure out what I'm going to do about 4. I do own 4. I could dig out my PS3 and probably make that work if I can find the case. Or I'll just load it up on my PS3 emulator because PS3 emulator works great. And I'm legally allowed to do that as I own a copy, so... Yeah. But, yeah, look forward to that. Metal Gear 1 MSX starting on Saturday. We'll see if I can finish that in one setting. I won't be surprised if I can. I know those old Metal Gear games have a little bit of obtuseness to them, so I'm looking forward to being very confused. But it'll be fun. Haven't played that series in a very long time. I was kind of hoping the Metal Gear Solid 3 remake would be out by the time this happened, but... That was probably a pipe dream, considering it doesn't even have a release date yet, so... but it'll give me a reference for when that does come out to compare it to the original, so that's cool. Yeah, I got nothing else. I can definitely feel my vocal cords being mad at me, but hey, this is just hyperbolic time chamber practice for Faustings. It's easy. Easy. So, thank you for 80 months. Much appreciated. Move every song in the Korean OST. There are some that definitely deserve to be down where they are. There are some stinkers on the Korean OST, but there are amazing ones, too, as I just spent 4 hours talking about. Thank you so much, so appreciate you, brother. Anyway, yeah, thank you so much for gifts, resubs, generosity as always. Thank you for your patience while I had to fucking fight Mediacom. That was the wrong window. There we go. Because I love fighting Mediacom. It's the best. I never get tired of it, ever. It's not even once. Not even once. Anyway. Yeah, that's all I got. I'm gonna go figure out food and I don't know, probably play more games the rest of the night. So I just started Sea of Stars yesterday, and that game's charming as fuck. So I'm looking forward to playing some more of it. Yeah, I will be back tomorrow, probably around the usual start time. We will do the thing and do the stuff, and we'll go from there. So thank you so much for hanging out. Appreciate you all. Thanks for listening to me gush about Guilty Gear music for way too fucking long. And I will save the list and post it in Discord so people can see it if they want to. I'll spoiler it if people just want to be able to watch the VOD. And I will get the VOD highlighted here quick just so it's there for people who missed it. So anyway, that's it for me. Y'all have a good night. Take care. If you're recovering from the itis, then enjoy your rest. And if you got to deal with family and or you work retail tomorrow, then God fucking bless and try not to die. So I'll see you all tomorrow. Y'all take care. Thanks for hanging out.